of us are aware. It just said recording in progress, so
Right.
let me, okay. The majority of you are probably aware that prosecutors have a great deal of power in the criminal justice system. They are the ones who decide what the charges will be, and they are the ones who decide what the plea bargains will be, and they are the ones who base those decisions are based on the amount of time that a person will serve is based on those decisions. So prosecutors and prosecutorial discretion is extremely important in the criminal justice system. What's happened in the last couple of years, rather recently, is that some of the prosecutors, 60 that I'm aware of around the country, have sort of collected themselves together to talk about how they are using their discretion and whether or not it is the best way to serve not only the community, but also families and the individuals. There are serious financial concerns as well as humanitarian concerns. Every dollar that is spent on keeping someone in prison or charging someone and going to court is a dollar that is not available for any other public service. And so that is a consideration. It costs about between $34,000 and $37,000 to keep someone incarcerated in the state of Iowa. And in some states that goes up to $60,000 a year to keep someone in prison. We now have mandatory minimums, which are very lengthy sentences. And we also have life without the possibility of parole, which adds to the expense when you add in the health care of people as they age. So it's a very serious, very, very serious area of concern. I thought it might be helpful for you to have a definition of what progressive prosecution is. And this definition is from Stanford Law School. True True progressive prosecution requires wholesale, bold, dramatic reform in how prosecutors view people accused of a law violation, how they adjudicate and punish violent crime, and the way they pursue convictions. Progressive prosecution must mean a change in the culture and the priorities in district attorneys' offices. We define progressive prosecution as the model of prosecution committed to truth-telling about systemic racism, shrinking mass criminalization, addressing root causes of crime, and bringing the criminal legal system into line with basic notions of justice and humanity. The aim of this definition is to provide a framework that enables differentiation between real progressive prosecution that reduces crime and makes our communities safer versus prosecution that practices that cause harm and perpetuate the status quo. These ideas are based on our experiences as practitioners and witnesses to the system, and are united by the premise that progressive prosecution can undo mass harms previously done and do much good by refraining from practices that drive criminalization, perpetuate mass incarceration, foster systemic racism, and ultimately make our communities less safe. The difference between traditional prosecution and progressive prosecution is this. Fundamentally, progressive prosecutors seek to rebalance the use of prosecutorial discretion. Where traditional prosecutors have used their enforcement powers in heavy-handed manners to punish marginalized individuals, progressive prosecutors institute practices that pull back on those punitive measures, or at least divert them. So today, and this will be up in writing on the YouTube page. Also, if you want to read that definition, all you have to do is Google Stanford Law School and then progressive prosecution. Today, we really are very, very fortunate to have a woman here from a district attorney, elected district attorney of Durham County in North Carolina. She is one of the pioneers in this progressive prosecution movement. She is a native of Hamlet, North Carolina, and moved to Durham in 1991 to attend law school at Duke after graduating from Princeton University. After a brief stint practicing law in Washington, D.C., She returned to North Carolina and practiced criminal defense law for several years before going to work in the public arena. She has an extensive and varied professional background that has included legal work, finance, and nonprofit management, working with institutions such as Habitat for Humanity. The one thing that has remained consistent throughout her career is her commitment to dismantling the systems that restrict the lives of poor people, families, communities of color, and other marginalized and underrepresented groups. She has worked throughout her career to help expand access to resources in the communities for people with serious and sometimes life-threatening personal and legal issues, whether it's criminal justice, access to housing, food and medicine, childcare, or legal services. She deeply believes that every person deserves the right to succeed. So with that, I will turn this over to District Attorney DeBerry, and please listen attentively and use her as a model for improving and continuing to grow in your beliefs about prison and prosecution reform. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sue. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I hate when people do that. When they get on, the first thing they say is, "Can you hear me?" But I wanted to make sure I could be heard, and thank you all for inviting me here today. I'm sorry I can't be with you in Iowa. I know that you all thought it was the responsible thing to do to go virtual, and so I'm excited to be here virtually with you. I'd never been to Iowa, and I learned this week from my communications director here in my office that she looks at maps of Iowa counties when she wants to relax because it's so symmetrical. And I thought that was a very cool thing. I did not know that about the Iowa counties. So I'm excited to be here with you today. And I've been asked to speak some about the progressive prosecution movement, how I came to it, and how we are putting the tenets of this movement in place here in Durham. First, I want to talk a little bit about, Sue gave a great definition of what progressive prosecution is. And I want to just quickly say, the word progressive in this sense is not used in a political sense. And we're used to hearing that word as somebody being a progressive or a conservative. In this sense, you can be on either end of the political spectrum and believe in these tenets, mostly because it is about being fair and about being just and about really telling the truth about the system that we have created here around the criminal legal system that we've created here in America, and how it does not really serve us and how we can make it more fair and just. So I'm going to begin by talking a little bit about myself and my path to the DA's office. Sue kind of quickly went through my resume. She mentioned the year I came to Durham, which I guess my gray hair belies my age now. I don't have to hide from having gone to college in the 90s. But I came from a really small town in North Carolina, rural county. And when I finished law school, I'd spent some time in DC, and then I came back home to practice with one of my childhood friends. And at the time, she had a practice where she was representing churches. They were building daycare centers and senior centers. And they started to have parishioners who came in with foreclosure issues. And at that time, there were almost no foreclosures in the United States. And there were almost no lawyers who knew how to represent homeowners who had foreclosures. And so I started working on that, and it was mostly mobile homes. I started to see really just the state that some people were living in. And I also that was part of my practice. And the other part of my practice was somebody told me that if I went down to the courthouse and put myself on the list, I would get some clients. And so I went down to the courthouse. The community I lived in didn't have a public defender's office. So it was a court-appointed list, and you could put yourself on the court-appointed list and you represent indigent clients. And so I really started off representing probably the poorest people in any community. And because I was in the community that I'd grown up in, I knew those people, right? I was in my late 20s. They were in their late 20s or earlier. You know, I had younger siblings. So there were people in that community that I'd known all my life. And I knew their stories as kids. And so I knew they weren't bad people. But here they were coming through the criminal legal system with almost no choices. And by the time they got to me as their defense attorney, there was very little I could do. They'd been failed by one system after the other. And I ended up leaving criminal defense for that reason. I felt like I was just pushing against, I was Sisyphus pushing a rock uphill by myself. And that the individual representation of people, while great, really didn't take into account all the things that had happened to them, all the systems that had failed them. And also, I didn't like prosecutors. You know, I tell the story that if a prosecutor had, in those days, had told me that the sky was blue, I wouldn't even believe them. I would have to walk outside and look for myself. I thought they were just I thought they lied. I thought they were they had no idea of really what people's lives were. They were cynical. They didn't believe in anything except put people in jail. And so I started doing things that worked on systems, because it was those systems that keep people poor. You know, don't give people the opportunity to go to school or get the mental health services that they need. And in 2017, really, I was running a statewide nonprofit that did affordable housing advocacy and consumer finance advocacy. I was working with banks. I was working with local housing developers. It was a great job. I loved it. And some people that I had worked with doing affordable housing work in Durham had also been doing some criminal justice reform. And so they came to me and said, it was particularly a woman named Nia Wilson who was working at Spirit House. And Spirit House works with community members, especially people who were formerly incarcerated, around changing their communities, around creating these, their big program is a harm-free zone, right? Teaching communities how to deal with conflict without involving the police. And so Nia's a good friend of mine. And, I believe in her work and trust what she's doing. And so she invited me to coffee and said she had something that she would like me to do for her. And I would do anything for Nia. And so she sat me down and asked me if I would run for district attorney. Well, it's like that Meatloaf song, you know, I would do anything for love, but I won't do that. And I told her absolutely not. That was not who I was. I wasn't the type of person that could be a prosecutor. I was unelectable as a prosecutor. And she said, you know, you really should look at what's going on across the country. And I looked across the country and saw people like Kim Fox in Chicago, Eric Gonzalez in Brooklyn, people even in smaller communities in Texas and in California who were starting to rethink how prosecution was done. And so I said, well, what's the worst thing to happen? The worst thing that can happen is that I lose, but we have really started to talk about what this system does. And, you know, when I was doing housing work, I saw lots of ways in which the criminal legal system impacted people's lives, from being able to get a home, from being able to rent. You know, now a landlord can just go on the internet and pay $25 and get your criminal record. And in a place like North Carolina, where criminal records are really hard to read and you don't have to be convicted of something for it to quote unquote show up on your record, then, landlord doesn't even have to look at you, right? There are other people who don't even have that. So if they see anything, they turn you down. Working with banks, I learned that there's a piece of your credit score that is a community piece. It's determined by the community that you live in. And that if you live in a community where there are lots of people who've had interaction with the criminal legal system, it brings down your credit score. Even if you're paying your bills on time, even if you're doing everything that you said you can do. And so I knew that there were really all these collateral consequences of this work, of the criminal legal system. And I knew that's something we wanted to talk about. So I live in a community that sees itself as progressive, and I mean that in the political sense this time. I also live in a community with about 100 years of Black political power. So our sheriff is Black, our senior resident Superior Court judge is Black, our chief district court judge is Black, our police chief is Black, on and on and on. So this is a community that thinks of itself as moving forward, is trying to help everybody in our community succeed. But despite that idea that we are a city of progressive values, our criminal legal system keeps reproducing the same racially disparate outcomes that any community does, whether they are focused on success or not. And that's really what I campaigned on, that if we as a community say that we want people to have a chance to succeed, we cannot, with our criminal legal system, use that to penalize people. And so I ran on that and was elected, to my surprise, and took office in January of 2019. And I say to my surprise, but I think people in this community really understood what it means to have interaction with the criminal legal system and not be treated fairly. And so even in a community where people voted for me, I tell people I didn't just walk in here and sit in the DA's chair. People of Durham County voted me in. There's still a lot of misconceptions about what I do and what we do as progressive prosecutors. So let me talk about those and just kind of get those off the table at the very beginning, right? So the really big misconception about progressive prosecution is that, progressive prosecutors is just gonna let everybody off the hook, right? That we're gonna dismiss all the cases, that we don't care about victims, and that our work makes communities less safe. In reality, none of that is true, right? This work is about recalibrating our criminal legal system to do what many people believe it does, but it has actually failed to do, which is focus on holding people accountable for the most serious crimes and make our communities safer. Traditionally, courts and prosecutors' offices have focused on the most easy things to prosecute. In our community, that's something like simple possession of marijuana or trespassing, driving with your license revoked, the type of things that may have to do with your mental health, things that may have to do with you having a substance abuse problem, things that may have to do with you having nowhere to sleep. And by focusing on those things, we really weren't focusing on the most serious and violent offenses. For most Americans, their only interaction, if they have any interaction with the criminal legal system, is in traffic court. But for the vast majority of us, our only interaction with the criminal legal system is CSI and Law and Order, and those type of procedural shows. And those shows are always about the worst, most violent crimes, right? They're about murder. They're about sexual assault. They're about arson. But that's not really what our system focuses on. Our system really focuses on petty things. And we wanted to talk about that and show that the status quo really has been detrimental to the safety and well-being of our communities. What that means is that we criminalize the most vulnerable people, people who have substance abuse and mental health issues, people who are homeless, people who are poor. Those people are then saddled with criminal records that keep them from getting jobs, accessing treatment. They get punished for their substance use and mental illness instead of help. And we remove them from their families and their communities through incarceration without offering them any services while they are incarcerated. Across the country, we've seen services provided to people in prisons and jails reduced dramatically over the last 2 decades. And the flip side of that is that the most serious crimes, sexual assaults, non-fatal shootings, and murders go unsolved and unprosecuted in many, many jurisdictions. And what that means is that we are responding to crimes in a way that we know, right? We have actual research on this. We know increases the likelihood of future crime, right? So things like detaining people pre-trial, unusually harsh and long sentences don't actually reduce crime in the community. What they do is remove members of that community who then come home with no skills and no hope. And so here in my office, we're trying to change that. We're trying to rebalance what we do so that we are focused on the most serious and the most violent crime, right? Because for me, progressive prosecution is the idea that we recognize the harms that we've caused in the criminal legal system, that we talk about them, and that we use the expertise and resources that are available to us to change that. That we listen to people who have been directly impacted, whether those people have gone to prison, whether those people have family who are incarcerated, and that we really talk about the humanity of each person. You know, there are horrible things that the criminal legal system deals with, and it is really easy to assume that those people are different than us, but those people are us. And especially as a Black person, especially as a Black woman, I know that it is people like me who are most impacted by this system. Black women are most likely to lose someone to incarceration, lose a brother, partner, father. They are the ones most likely to post bail, to have their own economic lives impacted by having to hold down a whole family while a partner is incarcerated. And Black women are increasingly more incarcerated ourselves than the general population. So for me, this is both, it's not just policy, it's also personal. So let's talk about what our criminal legal system looks like here in Durham County and how we really try to make it more fair, more just, more focused on the most serious and most violent things. So there are about 30,000 criminal cases charged a year in Durham County. It will surprise many of you to learn that only 10% of those are violent crime, only 10%. The a third of those are traffic-related incidences. And so in our office, we want to really talk about that data, be transparent about that, and really create a system of accountability where we're focused on those people who have done the most serious and violent harm to people in our communities, and not just on the everyday things that people do because they're human. You know, things like driving too fast, again, simple possession of marijuana, things that people do because they're young and stupid. I know that I would hate to have been held accountable for the rest of my life for something that I did when I was 17 or 18. And so we hope that this means that we give better service to victims of violence while really addressing the kind of over-enforcement that underlines our community's safety and trust, right? This is a good time to talk about, you know, lots of communities, we've had the people talking about fewer police over the last couple of years, talking about less enforcement. And I think what we've learned is that communities don't want less. It's not that they don't want police, they want better policing. They don't want more policing. right? They want police who are able to tell the difference between a kid who's having a bad day and somebody who's actually dangerous. And so let me give you some examples of how here in the Durham DA's office, we're trying to put this progressive prosecution into practice. I have restructured our office so that we focus more on violent offenses and the people who commit them. That has resulted in us having more homicide convictions every year than the year before. And we've had more homicide convictions than the previous administrations before us. We have moved to work closely with our local law enforcement to close old sexual assault cases that weren't previously investigated or prosecuted. The dirty little secret of the criminal justice system is that not only are all the defendants Black and brown, but all the victims are too. And that disproportionately those victims are women and children. And so we have created in my office a specialized special victims unit that focuses on the traditional things that special victims units focus on, like sexual assault, but we also focus on child abuse and domestic violence. That unit also works with law enforcement around identifying people who were victims because of their race or ethnicity or national origin, their sexual orientation or gender presentation. We take those very seriously because often crimes against those victims are hidden. Our special victims unit also prosecutes murders, homicides, in the instance that those homicides, the victim was a child, or the homicide was caused as a result of domestic violence, or that person was targeted because of their race, ethnicity, sexual orientation, and gender presentation. We have now, I think, we've tested thousands, we've worked with local law enforcement to test thousands of old rape kits, and we're now prosecuting cases based on those, on hits from those DNA in those rape kits. And all this has really resulted in us having more time to listen to victims of violent crime, explain the court process to them, explain the decisions we make. Sue talked at the beginning about the discretion of a prosecutor. We have here in North Carolina, the district attorney is a constitutional officer, which means I have a tremendous amount of discretion in what decision we're making. And so we want to make sure that we're explaining that to victims. And we want to be able to get them in touch with the resources that can help them with their trauma and well-being in ways that we are not equipped to do. I often remind my prosecutors that when they come to see us, we are a reminder of, if not the worst day of their life, pretty damn close to it. And so dealing with us is also traumatic for them. And so we want to make sure that we are trained in that and we understand that, and we deal with people appropriately. Another way that my office has been trying to put progressive prosecution into practice is by the overall reduction of incarceration. You know, for some people, prison is the only option we have. That is not most people. And so, especially during COVID, we have tried very hard. We watch our jail numbers every day. So we have a new pretrial release policy that discourages money bail and pretrial incarcerations in cases that do not involve violence against a human victim. Our jail population is down almost 30% since 2018 when I was elected. Our prison population is down almost 30%. That means people that Durham County has sent to North Carolina prisons. And our probation population is down 44% since 2018. We try to craft solutions in court that do not continue to keep people involved with the criminal legal system. And during the pandemic, we've worked with judges and defense attorneys to keep our local population as low as possible so that we can mitigate the spread of viruses. And I was the first DA in the state of North Carolina to consent to resentencing individuals in prison who were at risk of exposure due to COVID. We took the CDC guidelines of people who were over a certain age, who had pre-existing conditions, who were most vulnerable during that time. And that resulted in the release of 26 people who had collectively served 354 years in prison. We understand that court is the worst place for kids, right? And nobody should want, I am not an expert in child development. So if your kid is having trouble, you shouldn't want to send your kid to me. So in that vein, we have stopped accepting court referrals for in-school offenses with the exception of very rare violent crimes. That means in the 2.5 years that I've been district attorney, we have only accepted one school-based referral. Our policies recognize that there are racial disparities in school discipline. And so we keep that in mind. At one point, 100% of our the juveniles that we were prosecuting were Black. And we understand that there are potentially lifelong impacts of bringing a child to court. The number one indicator of your involvement in the criminal legal system as an adult, by far the number one indicator, is your involvement as a child. Whether you as a child were a defendant or you had a parent that was incarcerated, or you had some other interaction with law enforcement and the criminal legal system. So whenever possible, we try to divert juvenile cases to community resources rather than prosecution. We are lucky. North Carolina's juvenile system is already a community-based, diversion-based system. So there are a lot of kids who we never even see, who may get referred to juvenile services, but we take another cut so that we are only dealing with juveniles who really have committed serious and violent crimes. And unfortunately, in a state with pretty lenient gun laws, there are unfortunately a fair number of juveniles that we do have who have been involved in violent crime. As I said before, we have tried to expand the tools that we have to hold people accountable and make victims whole. You know, to a hammer, everything looks like a nail, and the criminal legal system is a hammer. And we don't want to have our only tool be prison. So we have worked with our community partners because we want sanctions to be proportionate, right? If you break into somebody's shed, we don't want you to have to go to prison for that. So we don't want to push people further into criminal justice involvement by overburdening them with consequences, right? Like not just their criminal records, but debt that they can't pay. If you go on probation and you can't pay the supervision fees, then you go to prison anyway. So we think about that when we are crafting plea bargains or sentences. We have made great use of restorative justice and mediation in our jurisdiction. Restorative justice is a communal process. Both the defendant and the victim have to agree to participate in it. We have several organizations now in our community who hold restorative justice circles, who train volunteers to do this mediation. We use restorative justice even when we are sending people to prison. We've used it now in several murder cases. The one that comes mostly to mind is we use restorative justice in a case in which a young man had murdered his grandfather, and he had been removed from his grandparents' home when he was a younger child. because his grandfather had beat him. And over time, the people who knew about that in social services had left, and there wasn't access to his records. And so when he started to have trouble in his mother's home, they sent him back to live with his grandparents. And he was with his grandfather one day, and we don't know what happened between the two of them, but he did shoot him. And so that family knew that the grandfather had been involved in abusing that young man when he was a child. And they certainly did not excuse what had happened, but they wanted a way, when this young man had served his time, to be able to reintegrate him into their family. And so they started with restorative justice process pre-trial, and now will continue that process while he's incarcerated. We use mediation in property crimes, and to sometimes get to a place where there can be restitution, or the victim can understand what happened, and then the victim can request something that they feel will make them whole. I would highly suggest that you read, there's a book by Danielle Sered that we've read here in our office about victims and what victims want. And I'm now blank. I knew the minute that I told you to read the book, I wouldn't remember the name of the book. But it's a really good book. And what we've learned from, we have a book club here in our office where we read about issues around the criminal legal system. And what we learned from that book is often victims want to know why they were the person who was violated. You know, we also know that defendants and victims often come from the same community. You are most likely to be hurt by somebody you know. It's most likely to be somebody who knows you, who takes something from you. And so we really try to craft accountability around knowing what it actually, what the crime actually looked like and who the people were. We've started a post-arrest diversion program that we use for low-level felonies, people with a prior history, criminal history, and it connects them to resources to help them avoid new charges. Those resources often include CBI, cognitive behavioral intervention, which I know there are a lot of you out there who maybe have worked with people who have been incarcerated or worked with substance abusers, know that CBI is a tremendously powerful tool in understanding why you do the things that you do. I would argue that all of us as human beings need to participate in some type of CBI therapy because it's really helpful. And we want people to rebuild the relationships in their lives. We know that having people that you can count on and people who can count on you keep you from being involved in the criminal legal system or returning to those behaviors that got you involved to start with. We try to make the court process better for victims. Another misconception about what we do as progressive prosecutors is that we don't care about what happens to victims. That is not true. We believe we can and we should do more for victims of violence than just hand out punishment. For example, one of the first realizations after I took office was that the victims in our most serious pending cases did not feel heard or respected. It can take years to prosecute a violent crime. Victims or the families of victims had no idea why that was. And so we now hold these quarterly meetings for the families of homicide victims, where we talk to them about what the criminal justice system is, that it's designed for defendants, not for victims, that it's not equipped to address the tremendous amount of trauma that you've experienced. And so we train our staff on this trauma so we avoid re-traumatizing our victims during this sometimes very lengthy process. We try to understand how trauma affects their behavior and their memory For example, in sexual assault cases, we know not to start asking questions immediately, that it may take time for a victim's brain to really catch up to what has happened to them and to really remember details. And so we don't try to push cases along if that person is traumatized. We've now created partnerships with many community-based organizations so that they can provide the support that we cannot, especially in homicide cases. We work with this incredible group called the Religious Coalition for Nonviolent Durham. They visit every single family that has been a victim of homicide, whether there's been anybody charged or not in that case. And they come with them to court. If somebody is charged, they provide grief circles. They work with those families forever, if necessary. We have community partners that work with us around domestic violence. We have community partners that work with us around sexual assault. We work with ourselves. There's secondary trauma to doing this work. I had seen some autopsy pictures before I took this job, but now I see autopsy pictures every day. And I am not so strong a person that does not impact me. So we do talk about that amongst ourselves. And we know that victims won't always agree with what we do, but we can always make sure that they are treated with dignity and respect, and that their experiences and wishes are heard, and that we explain what we're doing and why. And that even includes the space that we work in. We've converted one of our conference rooms into a kid-friendly, secure space for victims, witnesses, and families. Before that, there was no space here in the courthouse for families to rest during a trial, or for victims. Victims had to sit in the same place outside the courtroom that defendants were sitting. Just little things like it took us years to get money just to pay the parking fees for victims and witnesses. And that makes a difference. We had a little booth at a back to school event recently, and this woman came up to me, and her son had been shot. And often as a prosecutor, when people come up to me to say, I want to talk about my case, I get a little tense, because often they want to complain. But this woman wanted to just really talk about the way she had been treated as a victim, and that we'd helped her fill out the forms for her son's medical care, and that she had been able to get reimbursed for the time she missed at work. We've improved our coordination with law enforcement. I know I've got 2 minutes, is that right, Sue? So I'm gonna get to the end of it. We've improved our coordination with law enforcement. Now we do a lot of cross-training with our law enforcement partners on evidence and court procedures. We are working to improve our communication about the individuals who are repeatedly involved in violence in our community, so that we can build stronger cases. One of the things that happens when you're not focused on the low-level cases is that you start to see patterns, and you start to see who really is a danger, and we can work together to really build cases that stick, as opposed to kind of throwing things at them that don't really have the impact that we want to have. And we found that most people, even in law enforcement, do not understand the court process and what's needed to get a conviction. So we now do pre-charge conferencing in every homicide, and we're doing more pre-charge conferencing in sexual assaults and non-fatal shootings, so that we know that the evidence is there and that the charging is correct. Often law enforcement would charge and we'd be stuck with whatever they charged. Now we know beforehand if the case is going to be difficult, and we work to craft charges that we know will make it through. And then finally, one of the things that as a progressive prosecutor you have to do is not just recognize and be transparent about the harm that this system has caused in the past, but also work to alleviate that harm. So we worked over the last 2.5 years help people move on past the criminal charges that continue to pose barriers to them getting housing and jobs and education. We've worked with our community partners, the city and county of Durham, public defender's office, the judges, the law schools at Duke, North Carolina Central, and University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill to create what we call the DEAR program, which is the Durham Expunction and Restoration Clinic. And the law recently changed in North Carolina that allowed the district attorney to move the court for the forgiveness of fines and fees. And so we have, over the last 2.5 years, motioned the court to waive $2.7 million in unpaid traffic court debt that had prevented more than 11,000 people from being able to get their driver's license restored. Iowa is like North Carolina. We're a big rural state that doesn't have a lot of public transportation. And so if you can't drive, you can't work. And I know I'm past my time, and so I'm just going to say, I live here in this community, live here for a long time, have kids who go to the public schools. When I ran, my hair is twisted right now, but normally I have a big afro, so people recognize me in the street. And they come up and talk about the work that we're doing. And to me, that means that we're being successful. Even if people don't agree with what they're doing, they know who I am, and they know that they can come to me when they are concerned about that. And so with that, I'm going to turn it back over to our host.
Well, Mr. Berry, you do have a few more minutes before we start our breakout session. So if you want to make additional comments, that's fine.
Okay.
Is there anything else?
Well, cool. Well, I'll just talk a little bit more about the ways that we've tried to mitigate the harm. So in addition to the driver's license restoration program, we have effectively motioned the court to erase more than 1,700 charges from the criminal records of people who were teenagers at the time of their offense, but were prosecuted as adults. Recently, again, the law changed in North Carolina that would not allow people who had been charged with a low-level felony can now stay in juvenile court and not be removed to adult court. So we have worked to expunge the records of those people. Like I said, we've done 1,700. We have plans to do thousands more, which not just gives you an indication of how much work we still have to do, but how we really impacted these people's lives before, how many people really went through this. It wasn't just a small number of people. We have also been reviewing and correcting inequitable and excessive sentences from the past that no longer serve the interests of justice or public safety. We've been working to review cases in which there were errors at trial, or there were very long sentences that are not possible under today's law. When the year I started practicing in 1994, and in that year, North Carolina went to a structured sentencing model. And before that, it was what they called fair sentencing, which was anything but fair. And people got extremely long sentences for, it's the kind of thing that now when you read it in the New York Times, you go, oh my God, how did somebody get 60 years for stealing a rape? But we've been reviewing those cases. I am also, I think at this point, when I was elected, I was the 6th district attorney in 12 years in Durham. We had 2 district attorneys who had been disbarred for abusing their prosecutorial discretion, 2 back-to-back elected district attorneys actually who had been disbarred. And so there's a lot to clean up. And so we've been working to do that. But I can tell you this is still the best job I've ever had. It is challenging. We are most people, most people don't know what we're doing a good job, I think, of doing public education around what progressive prosecution means. But there is, people are used to a harsh justice system, even people who don't want it. So, I feel like we have a system that has been built over the last 400 years. I'm not going to change that in my 4-year term. But my hope is that we are able to lay a foundation for the next person who takes this job here or there or anywhere to create more structural change and forever raise our community's expectations of what accountability and responsibility means.
Sue wants
Thank you
to.
so very, yeah. I just want to take a moment to thank you very, very much for your giving your time and your effort, and also for your commitment to the spirit of the law. We really, really, really appreciate that. And never in my thinking would I have ever thought that this kind of change would actually come from the district attorney's offices, given the history of the offices. So I really, really appreciate you and what you're doing and what your office is doing. And just wanted to let you know from the bottom of my heart that IJAN really appreciates you. And I'm convinced that you have inspired all of us. So now I will turn it over to the other co-chair of IJAN, Dr. Hayes.
All right, thank you, Sue. We are going to be starting our breakout sessions here in about, I think I will allow people, since it's about 5 minutes to go to the bathroom here, and I will start just a little before 10 with the breakout sessions. And during these sessions, we're going to ask you to generate questions for Ms. DeBerry, the questions that have been raised while she's been talking, and then we'll come back at the end of the breakout sessions and give her an opportunity to respond to these questions. So let's take about 5 minutes, and then we'll start the breakout sessions. So that'll be at about 2 minutes to 10.
You're going to come back from the breakouts at 10:20, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Heather, are you still here?
Yes, I am.
can in a random breakout assignment, can people enter if they get back a little late? I think
Yes.
they can, can't they?
Yep, it'll just pop up and then you just have to click that you're gonna attend. And I don't
Okay.
think that time's out.
Okay. Because with this break, some people might get back from the break a little late, you know?
Yeah, definitely. And Pam responded, but Aki had asked to use the chat. And so I just let him know that they can do that. So I'm assuming he'll monitor it.
Okay.
But because he wants it to be a little bit interactive.
Okay.
And that's a good time to let everybody know that the chat function is, excuse me, is on right now. And one of the things in the chat function, Heather mentioned that the book that our speaker mentioned is called Until We Reckon. And she has that in the chat.
Good morning, Eddie. How are you doing?
I'm okay. And yourself? I was
I'm good.
a little bit stumped because when I tried to get on at 8:45, it kept saying that you were already in another meeting, and I'm just like, it wouldn't allow me to get in.
Oh gosh,
But
all the technical crap that happens with this is unbelievable sometimes.
yeah, but I really appreciate it. And man, a lot of the things that Mr. Berry said, you know, were just spot on. We could
Yeah.
use somebody like her here in Iowa,
Yep, for sure.
you know. And it made me think about, I remember shortly before I was released, there was a reporter for the Des Moines Register had brought about a story where 7 different school staff members had sexually assaulted students in one way or another, and they were considered mandatory reporters. And according to Iowa law, that they weren't eligible for probation or parole, but they all got it. And then they said that it was a mistake by the prosecuting attorney. And it made me think back to when I was sentenced. The judge in my case, I had known for about 12 or so years before I ever came in her courtroom, because I used to clean her husband's classroom when I worked at Iowa City High School. Her husband was Dale Hibbs, who was a coach who shared the classroom with Tim Dwight Sr., Tim Dwight's dad. And she told me, she said, "I'm sorry." She said, "You know, I have to give you this mandatory time." And I thought, you know, well, what happened to the when these individuals came up in court and were supposed to get a mandatory?
Okay, Eddie, I'm going to have to stop here because I got to start
All right.
I've got to start the breakouts now. Let me. Some people are just coming back, but let me go ahead and give the instructions for the breakout. People will be randomly assigned to breakout rooms, and we're going to have 6 breakout rooms, so there should be about 8 or so people, I would guess, in your breakout room. 7 or 8. There's 42 people online right now. When you get in your breakout room, just please make a mental note or write it down what group number you're in, because that's going to be important. The group number that you're in, it'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Then you will have 18 minutes in the breakout room, okay, to discuss among yourselves. You may want to introduce yourselves, but please make that brief, because we don't want that to eat up all of your discussion time, just the introductions, okay? We're going to ask each group to generate one or possibly two questions for the speaker. And so you need to agree on what question you want to bring forward. And I will give you a warning, probably a 2-minute warning before the breakout room is going to end. And then each group needs to appoint a spokesperson to report that group's question that you've chosen to ask. If you find that your question kind of repeats another group's question, then you may want to kind of modify it a little bit or ask something slightly different. Now, this doesn't really give us time for any sort of back and forth with Ms. DeBerry. We're just going to ask you to ask your question and allow her to respond. So I hope the instructions are clear for everyone. So I'm going to go ahead and do the breakout rooms. I always feel a little nervous about this because there's a couple of ways, but I'll do my best to get everybody in their breakout room properly. So okay. So now we're going to create the breakout rooms. Oh, wait a minute, I'm sorry. I apologize. I just created one breakout room there. I knew I was going to screw this up somehow. Damn it. Damn it. I'm trying to change that. Damn it. I can't believe I fucked that up. Okay, I apologize. I screwed that up. I will try again to get everybody in in 6 breakout rooms now. Wait a minute. I'm sorry.
I just did it, Al.
You did it?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. All right. Here we go. Okay, so we should be good now.
Hi, this is Marty Anderson.
Hi.
Hi, I was just able to sign in, so I don't know what I'm supposed to do now.
Well, you should be in a breakout room. Are we not in breakout rooms?
Well, I'm in here with you and Pam Hayes.
I know.
Are we a breakout room?
I
No.
guess so.
No, you're unassigned.
Okay. So,
Well, I'll talk with you two.
Okay.
I'm sorry I missed the first hour. What kind of happened?
Oh, she was terrific.
yeah,
Oh
our
man,
speaker
I'm
was,
so bummed.
yeah, she was really good.
So what did she talk about?
Well, she talked about the changes that she was making in her prosecution's office, trying to shift the emphasis from prosecuting multiple minor crimes to only focusing on more serious crimes. Her attempt to avoid criminalizing people wherever possible, to also to deal with the victims in a more responsive and humane way so that they understand the process. She's
Hallelujah.
restarted. She's reopened all kinds of rape kits to try to go after people that weren't convicted of sexual assault. She's she's trying to deal with juveniles without putting them into the system if at all possible, and also even going back and expunging convictions for people that were convicted on a as adults who were juveniles. So all kinds of progressive changes that she's doing, and so when we get back from the breakout rooms, we'll be able to we'll be able to hear some of people's questions that were generated. So that'll be good.
What time is the next plenary or open session?
Well, we will go back. We'll go back from the breakout rooms, and then we'll have about 20 minutes of discussion of answers.
So that will be
questions.
Everybody?
10:20.
Yeah.
10:20.
That'll happen at 10:20.
Okay, well, why don't I just kind of stand by?
Okay.
I love what she talked about. Those are all things that are important to me and that I've been trying to get done.
Right.
So
Marty, can you join a room, like room 1 or something? You're unassigned. Let me assign you to room 4.
sure, go ahead.
Okay.
Now, one assignment I managed to screw it up. Okay. Okay. Tammy, can you unmute yourself?
Yes, hello.
We're in breakout rooms right now. Pam can assign you to a breakout room if you would like. We're discussing and reacting to what to what the speaker had to say. So that's the stage we're at.
Okay, well, since I am just joining, why don't I just wait? I will keep it on and just join everyone when they come back.
Okay, that's fine.
All right, sounds good. Thank you.
Did she set something up structurally? That was just one of our questions.
Right. Well, we have I have a pretrial release policy that the prosecutors in my office follow, which means that they don't ask for a bond unless somebody is a danger to themselves or others, or has some kind of credible threat of flight. Obviously, judges, set bonds. We don't, but it certainly means a lot when the prosecutor asks for one. So instead of just routinely asking for one, we only ask for one under certain circumstances. And I think that has, kind of caused the judges to really actually think about who needs a bond and who doesn't.
Thank you. How about group 2 now? Who's speaking up for group 2? Room 2.
Hi, Mrs. DeBerry. We had a question about how you talked a little bit, you talked a lot about domestic violence and sexual DV and SA, but how do you get the community members more involved? I think you gave a couple examples about what that looks like for Durham. And then our second question was, how do you work with handling of the violent cases versus the non-violent cases that you spoke about? How did that get started, and how do we go about trying to do something like that here in Iowa? And then the third question was, we were just wondering, is there anyone like you in Iowa? Probably not, but maybe someone in Iowa knows, but yeah. Or maybe you could come here to Iowa for a minute.
So I'll start the last question first. I don't know if there's anybody in Iowa, but what I will say is that a lot of what we do is not novel, right? So diversion courts, prosecutor discretion, those are things that almost every district attorney is using these days. They're using, and well, they've always used their discretion, but there are a lot of low-hanging fruit that prosecutors' offices could just do better with, right? And so there, even with who you have, there is the opportunity for change. And it's not as, and I don't think it would be as controversial as people like to think it is. Now to the first question about domestic violence and sexual assault. We have community partners that we work with. We have almost no victim services within our office. So we've really had to build partnerships in the community. So we have the Durham Rape Crisis Center. We have a local partner called the Criminal Justice Resource Center, which has a number of programs under its umbrella. And those are usually the programs that we use, that we refer to. We let the community develop the programs that they think work and that are based on best practices and best evidence in those fields. And then we, refer people to them. We trust them and refer cases to them. And then I think, what was the second question? Could you give me a little bit more on what you want to know about the difference between the violent and nonviolent cases?
Eddie, did I say the question correctly? She's asking about the question about how do you guys handle the violent crimes versus the non-violent crimes, the cases like that?
How you doing, Mr. Berry? Yes, because the way you spoke about it, I'm here in Iowa. It seems like often, as I served 17 years, 8 months of a 25-year sentence, I saw a lot of people of color tend to always get the maximum sentence. And I spoke about that because before I was released, I drew back to when I was sentenced, and my judge told me, well, you have a mandatory sentence that I have to give you. And shortly before I was released, there were 7 individuals that worked within the Iowa school districts in different parts of Iowa that had sexual assault or different kind of sexual cases with students. And they were all considered mandatory reporters. And according to Iowa law, they were not supposed to be eligible for probation or parole. And none of them went to prison. And they said, well, this was a mistake on the district attorney. But in my mind, I'm like, well, does this mistake happen when it's somebody that's white? Because I never see that happen. Somebody of color, you're supposed to get a mandatory, and you get that mandatory.
Want to respond, Mr. Berry?
Yeah. So I do not necessarily respond to that on an individual level. What I will say is that what we have tried to do on the systemic level really is, in our office, drill down on what violence means. And then really try to treat people who are similarly situated similarly. So, a great example, and this is not an example of a violent crime, but it is an example of something that certainly draws concern from people. So we have a whole bunch, believe it or not, we have a whole bunch of flashing and exhibitionist cases for some reason. And we recently had a situation where there was a doctor, a fairly prominent pediatric cardiologist at Duke, who would like to go around and expose himself to women in the Target parking lot and the Target aisles, only at Target, not sure why. And then we had a young man, the doctor was a white man. Then we had a young Black man who's homeless, and has significant mental health issues who was sleeping on, we have a lot of greenways here in Durham, and he was sleeping on one of them, the American Tobacco Trail. And we had gotten several women had reported that he masturbated in front of them. And those men received, they essentially did the same thing. They essentially received the same sentence, which was a community sentence. So both of them had to go to treatment. And so we try, and in fact, one of the women who was a victim one of the American Tobacco Trail victims actually saw me at a coffee shop and told me that she really appreciated that this guy had gotten the same as the doctor, because it showed that we were really trying to be equitable. And so that's what I will say, is that we really try to, we have we're doing a project with the Wilson Center for Criminal Justice at Duke Law, where we have a plea tracker where we are tracking every plea that we do with the defendant, so that we can see that we are being fair and being equal. So I guess that's my answer for that.
Thank you. Group 3, you had a question.
Hey, one of the questions was, do you know of, you were talking about books before, do you know of any other books and resources that would be helpful for progressive prosecution? And also we had a question more on a personal level, is we talk a lot about advocating and change and implementing new things out there, like you're talking about the family room at the courthouse. Overall, how do you talk to someone who does not understand a lot of the things we do in the criminal justice system or the court system? And how do you talk to them, and how do you implement that change? And also, one question that we had was, how do you advocate for this type of reform without there being repercussions to inmates or individuals in jails?
Okay, so the book, first question was about the book, and I remember the name of it now. It's called Until We Reckon by Danielle Sered. So if you, Until We Reckon, write that down, read that. You can follow us on Twitter, and we do our book club on Twitter. You can read what we're reading, and so that'll help you get a good idea of some things that you can also read. And we're also, our Twitter account, we're excited to say, is also followed by a lot of academics who are studying criminal legal reform, and they often tweet resources at us as well. And so you follow, our Twitter feed will also give you other people to follow to get good resources. How do we do this without repercussions? I mean, I'm the district attorney. I'm the one who makes the decisions. So there are not going to be any repercussions from my office on the decisions that we make. And that is generally where the repercussions come from. I think, yeah, and that's generally where the repercussions come from. And you had a third question, I think. Which was?
Yeah, how was, in the criminal justice system, how was the change implemented? Like, was it an act, of legislation? Was it appropriations?
No, I just did, yeah, no, the people in my community just elected me. And that is, I mean, prosecutor, Sue talked about at the beginning, and I cannot overstate to you how powerful prosecutorial discretion is. Now, I've been a criminal defense lawyer, and I have, I knew that prosecutors had a lot of discretion, but even as a criminal defense attorney, I did not understand the power in this seat until I was sitting in this seat. The prosecutor determines 100% of what moves forward in court. And that means that is literally everything. And so your prosecutor already has the power to do what they want to do. They just use it to do what they want to do. Does that make sense? And just like, you know, we've got now decades of research that shows that being tough on crime does not work. That being tough on crime actually increases the amount of crime, especially in poor communities and communities of color and rural communities and places where people that send a lot of people to prison continue to are places that don't have economic resurgences, don't have access to all kinds of things, and it's a vicious cycle. And so there's lots of research out there that shows if we're smarter on crime, if we're more targeted, if we're more fair, we can address people's concerns about community safety while keeping all of us safe.
Okay, we're getting a little short on time here. I think we have a couple of more groups. Did we do group 4? I don't remember. Well, let's go to group 5, and if I miss group 4, let me know. No, what? Oh, we need to go to 4. Group 4 questions. Okay.
Thank you. I have a kind of a quick, easy one. With regard to your pre-charge conferences, was that a pain point, particularly with law enforcement? And selfishly, I added to the question that I want to know, what cases do you do it for and how often?
Yeah. Was it a pain point? Yes, because law enforcement is notoriously stubborn. They want to do things the way that they want to do things. But, you know, kind of to give you an example, and we do it in homicides. We do it in every homicide before it is charged. And we do it in every serious juvenile case, right? We do it in almost every sexual assault case. We do it in child abuse cases. We do it in any case where we want enough evidence at probable cause to continue to move forward. And it's made a huge difference, I think, in our homicide cases, because, for example, the Durham Police Department, you know, kind of the investigators tell us they were taught if there's a shooting in the car, if there's drive-by shooting and you find out you charge everybody in the car. Well, as a prosecutor, that's really hard for me to prosecute everybody who was in that car. And now you've given a family 6 names to focus on. And they think every one of those 6 people was just as culpable as the person who shot. And they're going to be really disappointed if the only person that we, the only person who gets significant time is the shooter. And so they now really understand how it makes their cases stronger to pre-charge conference. Sometimes that means they don't go right out and arrest right away. That means they have a couple conversations with the prosecutor assigned to their case before they arrest. And then they just have to do, then they have to do less post-work. So it also means we clear cases faster. When I took office in January of 2019, we still had homicide cases from 2013 on the books. And you can't really prosecute those because you don't have witnesses. All kinds of things happen in 6 years. So it was a pain point, but I think they've now seen that it works. So.
And that, by the way, I want to thank Brian Williams. He's our Blackhawk County attorney for participating and asking questions and so forth. We thank you for coming, Brian.
I have a lot more, but I'm just going to email her.
Okay. Okay. Group 5.
Yes, thanks. And I'd like to recognize Brian also. I've been working with him, and when somebody asks, are there prosecutors? I think he's dedicated and he's learning and he's interested. And so I'm just really grateful for that. Our group is asking, what actions can we as ordinary citizens take to get these kind of changes in our communities. You know, these, we see them increasing safety, justice, and accountability. But is it an education process? Is it an action process? Is it all the above?
I think it's all of the above. I live in a fairly politically active community. You know, people just involved in a lot of different issues. And so essentially my community picked me. I didn't pursue this job necessarily. They kind of thought about what they wanted to see changed, and they approached people about changing. And so I think that can be, you know, you can do that in any community. Now, it's a little bit more difficult with prosecutors because they have to be lawyers. So you got to find a lawyer who you can work with, who can agree with that. But I also think, like, you know, you just lifted up Mr. Williams. Like I said, there are lots of prosecutors who are coming to work every day and understand what they're doing is not working, or that they don't have the tools that they need. They would like to spend less time doing this thing and more time doing that thing. And so if they see that there are opportunities to do more of that, and they're willing to take, I mean, you take a little bit of a hit at the beginning, but I prosecute way more homicide cases than anybody used to prosecute in this jurisdiction. And to me, I think that's what matters. It doesn't matter how many 17-year-olds, you know, I rap on the knuckles for smoking weed in the park. That doesn't really make us safer. So.
Okay, we have time for group 6, I believe, and then we need to move into our reaction panel just quickly. Group 6.
Oh, okay. Had trouble unmuting there. Yes, we actually generated 4 questions, but we ordered them. So our first one was, how have you enlisted law enforcement in the progressive policing program? And you touched on that a little bit on how difficult it was, but we'd like to hear how you actually did it.
Yeah, let's stop with the first question here, because we are kind of running out of time, and
that's the first question.
Reaction. Real quickly is, I think law enforcement, again, they also want to be doing the most serious thing. Nobody became a member of law enforcement to, you know, charge 17-year-olds for smoking marijuana. They want to do the most serious and most violent cases as well. And I think once they understood that we were on the same page, that's really what enlisted them. They also have declining budgets, right? They have fewer people. You know, I think our sheriff currently has 50 open positions just in the detention center. So they don't have enough people to do all the things. So they want to be focused on the most serious community safety issues as well. And so our concerns overlap.
Okay. Well, thank you, Ms. DeBerry, for responding to all of these questions. And now we're going to move to the next phase. We have a very distinguished panel to react further to Ms. DeBerry's comments, and we'll ask them to make a couple of brief comments about how they're involved in this, introduce themselves and say how they're involved in these issues, and also react to the speaker's remarks. And we'll have a brief time at the end for Ms. DeBerry possibly to respond to some of their comments. So we're going to lead off this section with Jules Offenbach, who is a managing partner with Iowa Defenders. Then we'll have Jonas Cutler, Eric Giddens, Aaron Hallbaker, Aaliyah Hutchins, and Eddie Walker. So let's start with Jules. Jules?
Jules, are you on mute?
She's here, I know.
I am right here. Sorry about that. Hi, I didn't realize I did not mute myself. Good morning. I'm Jules Offenbach. I've been a practicing attorney for the last 12 years. And I've always been a solo practitioner. I've had a couple of associates, but I do about 55–60% of my practice is criminal law. And I practice primarily here in Polk County and Dallas County and Warren County. So what I heard Ms. DeBerry saying was exactly what I think prosecutors should be doing, because she's absolutely right. Prosecutors have 100% decision-making power as to what cases are going through the court system, and choosing the violent crimes versus non-violent crimes should always be a priority for the prosecutor. Overcharging crimes here in Polk County is quite a bit of a problem. And in the last year, and I actually have not had this happen until the last year, I've had 3 clients who were minors who were charged as adults, and it was a big fight to reverse waive them into juvenile court. And so what I heard Ms. DeBerry saying is, putting juveniles in juvenile court and making sure that they need to have the support system that only juvenile court can provide them. I was actually very grateful for her to bring that up.
Okay, thank you, Jules. Let's move on to Jonas Cutler then. Want to introduce yourself, Jonas, and say your involvement in this?
Sure. Hi, my name is Jonas Cutler. My engagement is far less exciting than Jules down the hall here. I've just worked pro bono on some commutation sort of actions, and tried to help out individuals when they've reached that stage of things, after they've gone through and demonstrated punishment and likelihood to do better when they get out in the community, which is what we want to happen. So what kind of, so we'll move on to the next person, and hopefully they're more exciting than me.
You're too modest. Okay, we have State Senator Eric Gittens next, who represents my district. I'm very pleased about that. Go ahead, Eric.
Thank you, Al, and everybody for joining today. It's an honor to be with you. So yes, I'm State Senator Eric Gittens. I represent the west half of the Cedar Valley community, Cedar Falls, Waterloo, and town of Hudson in Blackhawk County. I come to this conversation, with open ears. I was first elected in 2019 in a special election. I was reelected last year in 2020, and this is an issue that I care deeply about. I'll point to a couple of things. One is that our county, Blackhawk County, does prosecute and incarcerate individuals of color at a disproportionate rate, and it's been highlighted as a county that stands out in that way in the state of Iowa. We also, our community, the Cedar Falls Waterloo metro area, was named the worst place in the country for African Americans to live, based on a few key economic indicators back in 2018 by a publication called 24/7 Wall Street. That concerns me deeply. Like I said, I represent half of this community, but I see Blackhawk County as the whole of Blackhawk County is my district. We have a great team of legislators here that all agree on that note. We all try to do our best to work together. This is something that we all need to be engaged in and working to move in a better direction. So I, as a state legislator, am mostly interested in what I could be doing as far as state policy goes. What are the highest priorities that I could try to advocate for? I'm not under any illusion that I'm in a position of great influence right now in a legislature that's dominated by Republicans and in a state with a Republican governor. But there certainly are things that I can do to advocate for better policy. I want to identify those statutory barriers that exist in this state that are the highest priority, and do whatever I can to advocate for better policy. So I'm very grateful for the learning that I've been able to do from Ms. DeBerry. I really appreciate you taking the time to be with us today. And I look forward to continuing this conversation and advocating in whatever ways I can for better state policy to move things like progressive prosecution forward in this state. Thank you.
Thanks, Eric. And we had a chat comment about mandatory minimums and possibly doing something about that. I don't know how you've dealt with that in North Carolina, if you've reduced mandatory minimums or not, but that's something that we can definitely deal with at the state level. Aaron Homaker, he's the Chief Public Defender here in Blackhawk County.
Thank you, Al, and thank you everyone for being here. My name is Aaron Homaker. I have been practicing law, this is hard to say, for now 27 years. And the last 17 of it has been as a public defender. I've been the supervising public defender at our adult office in Waterloo since 2010. So that puts me at 11 years and explains a lot of the gray hair that I have right now. I was extremely encouraged by Ms. DeBerry's comments and her view on progressive prosecution. I think it's a time that has come, which is shown not only by the national movement, but hopefully we can have some flavor of it here in Iowa as well. One thing that I was intrigued by was the concept of basically marshaling and effectively using your resources for those crimes that merit it. And I focus on kind of the flip side of that as well. I also teach, I'm an adjunct professor at UNI. I teach a constitutional law class and civil rights and civil liberties class. And the flip side of that is this, is that if we don't make changes from a prosecution standpoint and make decisions more selectively about those things that need to be prosecuted, what is sacrificed actually is the ability to guarantee the constitutional protections that we have as far as Brady material and things like that. And so as the volume keeps rising and that discretion is not used, we're also sacrificing those constitutional guarantees. And that happens on a daily basis because there's no way in this on the earth that a prosecutor can watch all the videos that are produced in this day and age. So I was very emboldened by the comments and hope that we see more of that trend in Iowa. Thank you.
Okay, we have Leah Hutchins now, who has been here in Iowa off and on, but is now working in New Mexico. So go ahead, Leah.
Morning, everyone. My name is Leah Hutchins. I'm Sue's daughter, but also my experience was prosecutor 7 years, public defender for 4, back in prosecution since March. And as DA DeBerry said, when she was working as a public defender, it was like pushing a rock uphill. And I just got tired. I took it home. I almost cared too much. And so now I have moved back to the side that does have the power. So I, like it was said, I can decide what resources.
Do the closing. I mean, after what we're doing the closing.
I'm sorry, Leah, we got some racket here. Let me mute.
I just probably because I'm confused because the relative was the one that was saying that we were going to close tomorrow. She knew about it.
I'm sorry.
She knows what she doesn't. She didn't know until I think 1 o'clock this morning.
Okay, Leah, unmute yourself. I had to mute people because we had some background noise there. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Okay,
there you go.
Not a problem. So I don't know where it started, but I got tired of pushing the rock uphill. It was personally affecting me taking it home. And so I moved to the side that can control the docket. That's what, down in New Mexico, that's what we control the docket. We decide what goes to trial, what doesn't. I do know that when I was in public defense, I didn't always believe that was true because I would get good plea offers for my clients and then they would just stubborn and we'd go to trial and they'd go to prison. So it didn't really work out for them all that well. I think when I worked in Iowa for the 4 months, it's just very different. I think New Mexico is progressive in itself. And so we don't have to, the discretion is still ours, but like our mandatory minimums for one prior is 1 year, additional to a sentence. For 2, it's 4 years, and for 3, it's 8 years. First one's discretionary, so the prosecutor can choose not to enforce it. Additionally, if we don't want to send somebody to prison for 8 years for having residue on them, we'll just plea it to an attempted possession. Sorry, we have a cuckoo clock. It is apparently 10 o'clock at my house, but we have something called pre-prosecution diversion. If somebody has been charged and they don't have history, we believe they would, made a mistake, had a bad day, we can offer them that program. It's basically informal probation through the district attorney's office. They complete it successfully at the end, we dismiss the case. We got rid of the STEPS program, which is probation violations, sanctions, and they stepped up until there was a petition to revoke your probation. So probation could put you, if you had a dirty UA, they could put you in jail for 5 days. They no longer can do that, and they're not going to violate you for one dirty UA. Usually they're only trying to violate you if you pick up new charges or if you abscond from probation. We have drug court also. Our sanctions in that program have minimalized drastically. In my participation in it, I've only seen one sanction, and that was for 5 days. Previously, they would easily do a 30-day sanction for a dirty UA. And then it was touched on expungement. 2019, New Mexico passed a law that prosecutor has the discretion. So somebody can petition the court for an expungement. And if they haven't been in trouble for 17 years, the state can choose not to oppose that petition to expunge their records. And so ultimately, if they can get their record clean if they have changed their lives. So I really appreciate being here. I could relate to so many things DA DeBerry said, because like her, I've done both sides. And I never really quite fit into either one, because I'm kind of in the middle of the road. I'm not too extreme, like the police are all bad and corrupt, like some of my coworkers were, but I'm also not, everybody needs to go to prison. And so I've never really fit in until now, because now I have the reputation in my community to be trusted to evaluate my cases and pursue the most violent ones, and not penalize too harshly people who are addicts, and try and get them help if they so want. So thank you for having me, and I'll pass it on to the next person.
Okay, next we have Eddie Walker, who is a returning citizen and is also our board member, and we're very delighted to have him on our board. And he's already made a couple of comments, but he may have some additional reactions to the speaker. Go ahead, Eddie.
Yes, I would like to say thank you to each of the individuals, Leah, everybody from Black Hawk County, and the rest, because it shows that you care. And I think when it comes to prosecutorial discretion, as Mr. Berry said, they all have it, but I think there needs to be some kind of vetting screening process, because to me, serving 17 years in 8 months, being with somebody that committed a crime where no one was hurt or injured, but I didn't let that affect me. I mentored for over 10 years to individuals, and I would see guys come in constantly of different color with the same crime, but charged very differently. And people of color always tend to be 8 times out of 10 charged more severely. And that really bothered me. And then in the end, I wrote the Turning Point treatment program that I presented a few months ago to the Iowa Department of Corrections Director Beth Skinner and her treatment director Katrina Carter, in the hopes to change things around and maybe implement some drug courts, because people make mistakes, as Leah said, maybe just a usage, different things where they don't pick up any charges, something that you can offer a person versus just locked up, because a treatment program or drug court can cost maybe $1,300 or $13,000, you know, a lot less versus $25,000 to $30,000 for a year in prison, you know, and I just think it's very significant for each of you individuals to want to do better, because it's people like, you know, Eric and Bruce and Aaron, you know, you guys wanting to make the change, wanting your communities not to have that label of the worst place for African Americans to live, you know, because of this or that, and to want to move into a brighter light, as I would call it, you know. And like I said, right now I've spoken like with Bruce Vandersanden in hopes that maybe the 6th Judicial District would consider using the treatment program. You know, I wrote a 28 chapter lesson treatment program. In order for me to get out, I think I took a 14 chapter treatment program that was mainly about drawing stick figures and just repetitively writing stuff. You know, it really didn't serve a purpose other than people taking it to get out. And with that, I'll close.
Thank you. Now, I think if Ms. DeBerry has any thing that she'd like to respond on that, or ask questions of people that have commented, you have anything you want to add to this?
Sure. I would, again, to respond to Mr. Walker, take the last person first. One of the things that we have done in our office is we do a fair amount of training around racial equity work, identifying our own biases. And we talk a lot about the racial disparities. That's part of why we are doing our plea tracker project, which helps us understand not just how we're doing as an office, but how each individual prosecutor is making decisions. And, you know, I feel like we can't make those decisions until we have, you know, we can't talk about it until we have like data that shows that we're actually doing it. You know, no prosecutor would tell you, well, maybe not anymore. No prosecutor would tell you that they're just prosecuting people because they're Black and brown. But they may not say it, but that is certainly what we see. And, you know, I will also say, Mr. Walker, even in a progressive office where we are really focused on these things and trying to fix these things, we still see tremendous disparities. And so that is a larger conversation for us as Americans that we need to have about who we prosecuted and why our criminal legal system looks the way that it looks. And then I would say to Senator Giddens, I also live in a state where there's a Republican majority in the legislature, and I know that there are folks who are frustrated with criminal justice reform, but like I said at the beginning, this is not necessarily a political issue. I find that some of the people who are most supportive of what I'm trying to do in this community are people with whom I don't share many political views, but who also think that, you know, there's a little bit of government overreach in how we prosecute people. And it just makes sense when you look at the amount of money that we spend incarcerating people, that keep people on probation. If you are a fan of small government, then you are not a fan of a bloated prosecutorial or law enforcement system. And so that is the way that I talk about it when I talk about it with people. And there are plenty of Republicans who are doing this, who are doing progressive prosecution as well.
Any other comments? Now, well, I'll give, since we have a little bit of time, I'll give the panelists a chance to ask Ms. DeBerry any additional questions if you have them. Aaron, I'm sure you have lots of questions. I'm going to put you on the spot. But Leah too, possibly. I work with Aaron a lot, so I can put him on the spot.
How do you deal, how do you deal with the racism in the judges? So say you have an open argument situation, or you go to trial and you are successful and you make a recommendation, the defense makes a recommendation, and I can just think of one judge in particular that when I had a DWI that was a 0.24 and there was an accident where the lady had injuries, but it was open argument, mandatory minimum of 2 days to 45 days. I was asking for 45 and he got 2 days. And then I've also had the opposite, same facts, with a Mexican defendant, and Mexican defendant actually got told, you're gonna miss your mama's beans and tortillas because you're going to prison. So how do you combat that?
Yeah, I don't have a lot of that. Thank goodness. I mean, certainly there's a whole bunch of implicit bias, and certainly judges tend to have a prosecutorial bent. And so we don't do a ton of open pleas for just that reason. You know, we try to make sure that we have agreed to everything that we can agree to before we appear in front of a judge. And then if we are going to do, where we've come to is an open plea or we have a trial, I'm pretty confident that our judges, we have a structured sentencing grid in North Carolina. We don't have mandatory minimums for anything but drug trafficking. And of course, you know, like you mentioned when you were speaking on your piece, there's a lot of decisions you can make in charging that help you avoid mandatory minimums. Otherwise, we have a structured sentencing process that's based on prior record level, and every crime is assigned to a class. And so, you know, it fits neatly in the grid. You're going to get what's in the grid. Judge doesn't have much discretion on that. Now, at trial, that's a whole other thing. But, you know, people think of trial as kind of like the gold standard of American jurisprudence, and everybody wants a trial, victims and defendants. But sometimes a plea is better. You can control the outcome, certainly as a defendant. If there are no issues of law or of facts, like you said, I've had, when I was a defense attorney, certainly had clients who were stubborn and refused a very generous plea and went to prison. So there's not much you can do about that. But what we try to do is make sure that our pleas are fair so we don't force anybody into trial and kind of the uncertainty of that.
Aaron, did you have any questions?
Hold on a second. I just realized my phone's not. Okay. I did it. Mr. Berry, the idea of selling progressive prosecution to, let's say, the more conservative side of the political ballot, when you were sort of selling it from an economic standpoint or a governmental spending standpoint, did that resonate really well? For example, in Iowa, there's an argument to be made that when a county sends an individual to prison, the rest of the taxpayers also bear the cost, because that then goes to a state institution. I'm wondering if you found some headway in allies on the other side of the political spectrum with that argument.
Yeah, I think we do find some allies. Money, the purse strings, I don't think is an effective argument as people think it is. But I do also think I think the personal liberty argument is very strong. Let's go back to the driver's license restoration that we started doing here in Durham County. Almost every district attorney in North Carolina now is doing some form of driver's license restoration, because, you know, they live in communities where if you don't have a driver's license, you really can't do anything. And that's meaningful to the people that vote for them, right? And so I think there are lots of ways. There's a DA in Wisconsin, and his name is escaping me. Last name, his first name is Christian, and then another one in California who are dyed-in-the-wool conservatives who are part of the progressive movement and who make great arguments. The Texas Public Policy Center is a conservative think tank in Texas that argues for criminal legal system reform around the economics, around personal liberty. They make really compelling arguments. And so I would follow them on social media or get in touch with them, and they can help you make the argument. And Aaron, my very first job as a lawyer in DC, my office mate's last name was Hallbaker. So I had never seen it since. And
well, that is a small world.
Yeah.
That is a rarity. That is a rarity. So.
Maybe you're distant cousins, you think?
Kindred spirits.
Right. Other questions from the panelists?
Yeah, I have a question, if I may.
Sure.
Good morning, Ms. DeBerry. You covered quite a bit of information about you trying to get statistics and analyze the prosecution of the cases quite a bit. Do you do presentations for county attorneys associations or prosecutors associations to see if you can influence the system from within, essentially?
I don't, but I can. I mean,
Mr. Berry, are you still there?
Oh, Jules, what'd you do?
I'm seeing her. I think she must have gotten cut off somehow. I'm seeing her.
Good thing it was during a
screen.
smile, huh?
Yeah, right. By the way, while we're maybe getting that resolved, I see I want to recognize Marty Anderson. You're a state representative. Is that correct? From where?
From Northwest Des Moines, Beaverdale,
Okay.
Merle Hay area, Lower Beaver.
Yeah. You have any thoughts on how we can maybe get some bipartisan leadership on this? Or we have had that in other states, but we just don't seem to have it in Iowa right now.
Yeah, it's difficult to kind of break through the Republican leadership to get criminal justice bills passed. But you know, I think I like the idea of presenting it as a what did I write down? Cost savings. And especially on mandatory sentences. Mary Wolf and I have had bills on mandatory sentencing for the last several years and can't even get them moving. So I like that idea, and I'm going to go back to Mary and talk with her about that. She's kind of the leader in our in the Democratic caucus in the House, and does a lot of the work on criminal justice issues. She's ranking member of the Justice Committee. So I've gotten a few ideas here. I don't know if they're gonna work, but I'm gonna go back and try.
Well, we seem to have lost our speaker here. I'm not sure what happened. I'm sorry about that. Well, we're kind of, we have a little extra time. It does. Yeah, I should mention that IJAN has been working on some issues related to reforming life sentencing in Iowa, and we've been had some real good assistance, financial and otherwise, from the sentencing project on this. And we have had our Republican sponsors for the bills that would alter life sentencing in important ways by allowing for a review process after the person has served 25 years of their life sentence, and also to propose to eliminate mandatory life sentences or life sentences without parole for people that were only accomplices. Right now, if you were merely sitting in the car when someone else killed someone, you can be sentenced to life without parole. And we think that that's unfair. Not that the person who's an accomplice doesn't deserve some kind of consequences if they were in any way an active participant in the crime, but the fact that they can be, and we do have people in Iowa right now serving mandatory minimums. I'm sorry, not mandatory minimum, serving life without parole simply for being accomplices in a murder, not for the person that actually killed the other person. And we think that's very unfair. And so Sue's been, and we do have some Republican support for that, those kinds of measures. It's just that we haven't been able to get the Republican leadership to move them forward, and we're going to continue to work on that. So that's
If I could,
go ahead, Sue.
If I could interject, we do have a commitment from some legislators this year that there will be a bill introduced to put the commutation agenda in the statute, so that there will actually be expectations that are approved by the governor for the Board of Parole to be asked, questions to be asked, and information to be looked at when they're looking for commutation. We also have a promise of a bill for compassionate release that will not carve out lifers. And we have a commitment for raising the age from 18 to 21 for juveniles. We have actually 2 legislators that are writing bills to raise the age. And then Jim Carlin's bill, which was Senate File 126 last year, will still be alive. And that changes the accomplice from life without the possibility of parole to 25 years to life with parole. So just to clarify, and we will let you know, IGEN will let you know as soon as those bills are actually drafted and have numbers.
Yeah, we've
Hi,
got some.
this is Marty Anderson again, and I would sure like to have a look at those bills when you get them done. I worked with crime victims for 40, 50 years, whatever I did. And I believe that we have to include their input. I do like the idea that the accomplice would be a different level of prosecution. As a person whose stepfather was in prison for first-degree murder and was commuted by Governor Ray, I have a lot of feelings combined with my victim work. I have a lot of feelings about the life sentence. One thing it does do for us in Iowa is keep the death penalty away. And so we have to be really careful not to give ammunition to the death penalty people by weakening our life without parole standing too much. I'm concerned that victims need to be considered and consulted with before there's a change in a sentence. And it's very complex. It's complex for me because of my background and my family. But I sure would support a few of your ideas. In fact, maybe all of your ideas, but I'd have to look at them first. Thanks.
Representative Anderson, if I may, sorry, Al.
Yes.
I actually have well, first of all, I'm a Beaverdale Brick kid, so I know that area very well.
All right. All right.
And second, I do have a position paper that I wrote couple of years ago related to our good time laws and how that might help tweak those mandatory minimum sentences. If I could get that to you somehow, what would be the easiest way to?
My email is really simple. It's marty.iowa, MARTI .iowa@gmail.com. That's pretty
Thank you.
simple.
I
Yes,
believe,
I'd love to see it.
I believe our speaker has left again. She expressed her thanks for letting her speak, and I think we learned we learned a lot from her. And are there any other comments that we've? Jonas, you've been working on the commutation process. Do you want to make any comments?
Sure. Yeah. No, I had the fortunate opportunity to work on a commutation for one individual. This person had served, a little more than 20 years, and during that 20 years, then he had become. What we tried to demonstrate was the fact that of the change of rehabilitation process, right? That he was extremely youthful. He wasn't under the age of 18 at the time of conviction, and got life without the possibility of parole. But when he got into prison, he got his medication straightened out. He got off the methamphetamine. And really what happened, and the biggest point we were trying to sell, is that at one point he was a snitch, right? He went ahead and informed on a drug smuggling operation, that involved both guards and prisoners, right? Putting himself at risk to the point that he had to be moved out of state for his own protection at that point. To go through, and when Sue, I got the opportunity to finally meet Sue. Hi, Sue. Was that, and we finally got through to have the hearing process, right? The process currently is that the Board of Parole does an investigation, and part of that investigation is not only the packet of information that we provided, the various guards that wrote recommendations for our convict, and other members of the community, but they also interview then the victim, right? And in part of that interview process, then the victim, it was 20 years, right? The victim's valid, but the victim called in claims that were not present at any point in this conviction, right? She called in claims of sexual assault, right? And at no point prior to that moment was there ever a claim of sexual assault, right? And so our concern is that did our convict receive, due process, right? I mean, commutation is clearly an executive privilege, right? It's a constitutional power. It goes way back, kings and pharaohs and what have you. But our argument was that if we're going to give due process here, we're going to give a hearing, it should be free of misrepresentations. And our concern is that claims of sexual assault carry such gravity that it did unreasonably influence the board members. And so that's why I'm very thankful that hopefully we get some more detailed structure on this. There is no appeal for failure to grant a commutation or to even have a due process violation. Right? There's no court I could go to. Right? We tried. We tried to otherwise influence the board. Say, wait a minute, things were kind of mixed up here. Maybe we should get another shot. And the answer was clearly no. At least for this convict. And hopefully, as Sue mentioned, there's some support for otherwise organizing that into a more statutory form. I think that'll be very, very beneficial. Marty, you're in Beaverdale. I grew up over there on 39th Street. I think you're familiar with that street, and I think actually when my babysitter lived in the house that you at least lived in at one point there, because it's a small world after all.
Well, a lot of Beaverdale people here.
To get this back a little bit on the prosecution theme.
Oh, Beaverdale, come on now. I'm just kidding.
I think some states have implemented a process where prosecutors can institute a review of sentencing, so that it doesn't really go. It doesn't necessarily go through the parole and commutation process, but prosecutors can actually initiate sentencing review on this and other things. And I think some groups are working nationally. Now, you know, the governor has the discretion, but on the other hand, the legislature can act to structure the process in some ways.
Somewhat. Remember, this is a constitutional power, right? It's a
Yeah, right.
constitutional, right?
Right.
So that is the key there. That is the component of
Right.
it.
So there,
I mean, so they think this legislatively. So, I mean, to out me, I guess maybe I'm the only Republican in this room, but that's okay. That's okay. I'm kind of used to dealing with that. I want to kind of address other things here. There is actually a whole lot of us that are very supportive of criminal justice reform, for a host of reasons, much more than economics. I mean, that, you know, we much more than economics. It's freedom, right? It is justice. I mean, you know, rehabilitation. When people we want people rehabilitated to join society. We don't want them coming out worse than, you know. And as well, redemption is just a basic human fundamental concept. I mean, in the room here, I'm sure that there are many people that may have driven drunk once or twice in their life, or maybe had something in their pocket they shouldn't have, you know. It just, by fortune, they didn't get caught or something happened. So those are, this is a bipartisan issue, right?
Jonas, the issue for me then is that the Republicans and the independents and the people who support justice reform need to talk to the Republican legislators, because the people, the Republican legislators aren't there yet.
But
And
then, like, you remember the speech that Kim gave at the women's prison there not so long ago, and she said that there, wait a minute, she threw her script away during the middle of her speech and said, "Don't let this define you. Don't let this define you. I've struggled. We've all struggled." And I've heard Kim. I've asked her, you know, to bring it up at various times. Her struggles, because she had problems with substances and what have you, and she's fine to talk about it. She understands these things. So there is a path, Representative Anderson and Senator Giddens. Maybe we need to help find that path, but
the governor did
we
appoint.
can't, you know, put up a wall here and say, well, it's all those damn Republicans. You know?
Oh, I don't put up a wall. I talk to them all the time.
Could I interject something in here for any of you who are interested in knowing more about the population that we're talking about here, the lifers, people who have done decades and decades of time in prison for horrendous crimes and who recognize their responsibility in those crimes, but actually who have rehabilitated and who really would be an asset to society. There's a book that's called Weak Walls, Bright Minds, which is available on Amazon. And it is the story of 27 lifers in the state of Iowa right now, what they have done to reform themselves. There are people in there who have been incarcerated between 20 years and 50 years. I listen to commutations regularly. And the longest person that I have listened to has been in for 56 years, and he is 88 years old. Anyway, I think that book, it's in their own words, would be very helpful to people who want to know more about the possibility of rehabilitation and reformation in the state of Iowa.
So can I order that off Amazon?
I was going to say that
available on Amazon.
Governor Reynolds did appoint a Department of Corrections director who believes in rehabilitation. And we haven't had that for a while. So hopefully we can move things around. One of the things I'm proud about as ranking member of judicial appropriations is that we were able to wrangle 20.5 million more dollars for the department last year and that half of those, I talked with the director and she is hiring half. It's 45 positions and she's hiring half security and half therapy. So that gives me some hope that we're moving in the right direction.
Well,
the governor has been quite open on these things, on many things, but I think some of the leadership in the House and the Senate have been a little less receptive to these arguments than the governor has, and that's I think we have individual Republican members who are receptive, and we have a governor who's receptive. The problem has been a little bit more in the actual leadership, and in the legislature, the leadership has a lot to determine what gets looked at and what doesn't, and that's where we actually invited Senator Zahn, who is the chair of the Senate Judiciary Committee. He did not respond to our invitation, but we would love to have him be a part of this dialogue, because obviously he has a lot to say with what bills, criminal justice reform bills get through. And of course, is he right next door to you, Marty? There in West. He's in West Des Moines too, right?
Urbandale.
Urbandale, yeah. So he's a key player in this, trying to get things through. Well, we've wandered off a little bit from prosecution, but I think in the end, it is important, and we'll talk about this later, to understand what can be done at the local level in terms of the discretion of prosecutors, but also what changes need to happen at the state level in terms of sentencing, in terms of making sure that adequate funding is available. I mean, if you can't have support for people coming out of prison unless adult correctional services is adequately funded, and also you can't have mental health. I know Brian in our county has worked to do some better things in terms of trying to keep mentally ill people out of jail and out of prison, but it's hard to do that unless you have adequate funding for mental health services. And I know the governor has done some things to try to improve mental health, but without the money to support mental health professionals, to encourage mental health professionals to stay in the state, it's hard to implement these reforms and make them effective if you don't have that kind of support. And that's something we need to continue to work on in the legislature. So that funding aspect is something we can definitely work on at the state level. I think a lot of people in adult correctional services want to provide support for people coming out, but sometimes it's hard when they're understaffed and so forth. We're going to move into our film discussion, which taps into a lot of the issues that we have been talking about. And I want to thank our panelists for participating and reacting to Ms. DeBerry's speech. It's very, very good of you to join in and be part of the conversation. And any other comments related to this that anybody wants to make before we shift gears here and get into our film?
I'd like to say something real quick, Alan.
Sure.
You know, to me, and I want Jonas to know, to me, this isn't about Republican or Democrat. Yeah. Because Marty, one of the things, like I said, prosecutorial discretion and review, I think is so key. Me and Sue both knowing an individual, like you said, that was joyriding in the car, drinking with individuals. This individual got a life sentence. He got drunk with these guys, passed out in the vehicle. The guys that he were with stopped at a gas station after he robbed and killed someone. When the police got to them, they actually woke the individual up in the car. And all the guys said, you know, this guy was drunk and passed out the whole time. You guys woke him up. But he was still charged as each and every, the guys that went in and robbed and killed the person. And I think if you have true prosecutorial discretion, That makes no sense to me for this individual to get a life sentence because you went joyride when someone got drunk and passed out in the car and they committed a crime that you were totally unaware of. You didn't get in the car to go do a crime. You guys are riding around getting drunk. You know what I mean? So these things make a difference. And like I said, serving 17 years and 8 months, I would like to see what some of this 20 million is going, because when Branstad closed all those mental facilities, I was incarcerated. The prisons became mental facilities. You know, I knew guys that if the count bill went overdue, that they would be going crazy in a cell. To think about these guys in a cell for over a year with no visits during COVID and going through all the things that dealing with deaths in the prisons, guards, inmates, you know what I'm saying? I imagine what they would be like. At this point, all these things make a difference. That's why, you know, I really hate the Delta variant was running wild to that, you know, we couldn't be all together in person to talk to a lot of you individuals that I don't get to see on a regular basis, like Jonas, Marty. You know, I wrote Mary Wolf while I was incarcerated because I knew she was doing really good things. You know, I wrote Obama. I wrote Branstad and actually got a letter back, which surprised me. When I first wrote the treatment program as a mentor at NFC. So I really applaud Mr. Berry because, like I said, to me, right is right. If you're trying to do the right thing, you'll come out on the right end.
Thank you, Eddie. I think we're going to now, we're got a couple of minutes early, but why don't we move into your introductory panel, Sue, and you can get started. We have a really powerful film that we're going to be viewing, and so it's called Just Us, and it's from incarcerated. It's about people that have been a part of the system, and so Sue, do you want to take it away then?
Yes, thank you very much, Al. We are really very privileged today to see the debut of this particular documentary that has going to be, it will be on PBS at some point. The name of it is called Just Us, and it was co-directed by two people. One gentleman whose name is Sed Theus, and he is currently incarcerated doing life without the possibility in Iowa State Penitentiary. And his co-director is a woman named Maya Ben Sahara, and she is here with us today, and we'll be talking about her relationship with Sed and how she got involved in this and how she has been able to produce this particular documentary. We also, one of the things that happened last year was I was on the team that helped draft the bill, House File 377, which is about the commutation process. And we have the lawyer turned minister who is here today to talk some about the actual drafting of that particular legislation. And then we're very fortunate to have a gentleman whose name is Deontay, who is one of the stars, for lack of a different word, of this particular documentary. And he is going to be speaking about his experience. And then his boss is also going to speak with you for a few minutes about what he sees as reentry in the Des Moines area for people who really have reformed themselves. So if Maya, if you could turn on your microphone, and we would like to hear from you and have you tell us, you turned off your video.
Oh, can you see me?
There you
Yes,
go.
now.
Yeah,
So,
hi. Okay.
take 2 minutes. Thank you very much, Maya. I'm so glad you're here.
I'm so glad to be here. I have to tell you how exciting this is to see all of you here about to watch this movie that I've been working on for, 2.5 years at this point. And only a really small handful of people have seen it because we're still in the negotiations to get it distributed. And so I'm just really excited that you're all here and want to watch this movie. Anyway, I'd love to tell you real quickly how this came to be, because I think is a pretty unusual process for a movie in that I'm not a filmmaker by training, and neither is Sed, my co-producer, co-director. But basically what happened is a number of years ago when I was in college, I was doing campus advocacy around criminal justice reform and mass incarceration, and just wanted to reach out to someone on the inside so I could get a little more information. So I went on writeaprisoner.com, found someone I thought maybe I'd have some things in common with. You know, we were both cancers, and we started corresponding there. And I asked him some questions about criminal justice reform issues, but really quickly we just became friends. I'm a big letter writer type person, and he wrote beautiful letters, and so we became pen pals. And after a while, that pen palship became like a real friendship, and we corresponded, for several years, phone calls, in-person visits, and things. And eventually, he told me that he had this idea for a documentary, and he wanted to know if I had any connections from my college days or something like that, where I could help him find someone to produce it with him. So he sent me his treatment, and I started to look around for people and reached out to a ton of people and got a lot of enthusiastic responses, but that were basically like, if you want this to happen, you should do it, because impact documentaries are not a very lucrative field, and there's a lot of people want to make them, and not a lot of people are doing it. So I was sort of like, okay, let's do this. And I found some friends who had some experience holding a camera, and we really quickly just sort of got in there, started doing interviews. Sed would write the questions for the interviews, and I would ask them, and we'd call him on the phone and have him check in. So it was this sort of like, we were sort of crafting a way for him to be a director from inside as we were going. And I think our friendship is what made that possible, that process. And we kind of kept, getting some of this project development footage. And eventually we got this grant from the Iowa Department of Cultural Affairs that allowed us to take it to the next level, get some people with some more professional experience on board to do some filming and editing. And it's been my role throughout to make sure that he still really has his voice in making this what he wants it to be. And it's been a really cool experience for me to see something go from a pen palship to a friendship to a working relationship that I haven't had in any other context. So that's basically how this movie came to be. You'll see it in the movie itself, there's no shots inside prison, which is something that originally we wanted to have. We wanted access to film inside. With COVID, that was impossible, but even without COVID, I think the fact that he was directly involved in initiating the process created more resistance from the Department of Corrections. And so I think that we weren't able to, get a lot of prison footage or things like that, but we were able to have his voice in there as the narrator and use some animation to fill in the gaps. So hopefully you'll still get that sense of him. I think that's all from me. So I'll turn it over to the next person.
Thank you very much, Maya. We're thrilled that you could come and tell us the background of this. The way that I actually got involved is Sed is one of the people, one of the lifers who's in the book, Bleak Walls, Bright Minds, that I was fortunate enough to be able to compile the stories of these men. And then I got involved in being part of the team that drafted House File 377, which is about commutation. And Sed and Maya contacted me about having that be a bit, just a snippet as a piece of this particular documentary. So I'm going to ask Lee, who is actually the drafter of the bill, if you would speak, Lee, for a few minutes about the process of that and what the bill entails and what it has been like for us.
Glad to do that, Sue. You give me a little too much credit on being the drafter of this bill, because this was a group project that really four of us primarily worked on. I just did a lot more of the writing because I have a legal background. So my name is Lee Schott. I was a lawyer in a past life, but for the last 18 years I've been a pastor, and for 9 of those years I was the pastor of a church inside the women's prison at Mitchellville. So I came to know people that are there for a life sentence that I have for many years thought, oh my gosh, why are they here? And why are they still here? And is there not a path out? And so it's kind of a long story how we got connected, but Sue and I and a couple other people became the sort of core kind of a strangely assembled group of 4 people who'd spent a lot of time working with a state representative to move forward with what became House File 377. The goal was, it was kind of narrow. I think Sue and I both would like to end life without parole in Iowa. And I don't think we believed at that time or even now that that was probably realistic. But this bill was focused on the way commutation happens, because there's very little guidance in the Iowa code about the rules or standards or anything else. And so we tried to create a clearer path and some timeframes and some standards, some considerations that could be brought into play. What Sue knows more about commutation than I do, because she's attended dozens of commutation hearings in recent years. And the primary focus seems to always be the nature of the crime, which of course we know the people who are there for life sentences, the nature of the crime is almost always very serious. So that doesn't make much of a consideration. And so we wanted to expand the range of what the parole board would look at and the governor in terms of what they would look at and when a commutation was requested. So the bill became quite long, and in the end, it didn't go forward this past year, but I think in the coming year, Sue, you may want to speak to this, we'll move forward in some smaller pieces. And so we are optimistic that some of that work will bear fruit, but not quite as quickly as we would have hoped.
Yes, and yes, it is being broken into several bills. Thank you very much, Lee. And we're really grateful that one of the things that did happen in this summer is that the governor's office, we made contact with the governor's office about the way commutations were being handled and the way everybody was being retried for their crime based on the nature of their crime. And the governor's counsel was good enough and kind enough to take to look at what we had proposed in 377 and also what Jim Carlin, what his bill was about as far as accomplices, and possibly the culpability of an accomplice is not the same as the person who actually did the murder. And so the criteria that is being used now by the Board of Parole is a combination of 377 and 126. And so the process, we've already had an effect on the process, which we are very, very grateful for. It's still, and now we just need to get it into statute. So that's one of the things that is being worked on. Is Dante here? Dante, are you here? Dante, please tell me you're here. Dante is in the film, and he is one of the primary people who was in the film. And he had texted me that he was going to be here and that they were all set up, but he's not. So maybe the thing to do at this point is to proceed with the film, and then we'll figure out how to get him on Zoom and he can speak for a few minutes. He and his boss can speak for a few minutes after the film is over, since we'll have 10 minutes at the end of the film. So I am going to now do my best to.
See and hear me okay?
Yep.
Yes, perfect. And I was hoping, I was trying to share my screen. I have some slides I wanted to show. I said I needed the permission though, so I'm not sure. I'm not going to pretend I'm Zoom savvy enough to know how to do that, but I'm told I need to get that permission.
I think we can hook you up. I see Al leaving in.
All right, thank you. I appreciate it.
Yes,
first off, thank you all so much.
I just made you a co-host, so you should be able to share screen now.
All right, perfect. Let me try that. Did that work? Can y'all see my screen okay?
Yeah.
Perfect. So thank y'all so much for having me. I'm here today to talk about racial disparities and the work that we do and helping prosecutors try to address them. Before we do that, I want to say a little bit more about why I became a prosecutor, which I think really leads into why I do the work I do now, and how we try to go about doing that work. So for me, why I became a prosecutor truly starts with the faith upbringing that I had. I grew up in a Christian household, very much drilled into me, love your neighbor as yourself, but with a particular focus on looking out for those who are most marginalized in our society. So, I went to law school, did mock trial, really enjoyed that, even though it was very happenstance that I got into it. And after law school, I was looking for ways to really live that out. Like, how can I be a voice for the voiceless and help those who are marginalized? At the time, I was working for a judge in DC who was a former prosecutor. And at that point, I was really leaning towards being a public defender. To me, there wasn't really a role in our justice system that more aligned with my Christian values than truly being a voice for someone that no one else will speak up for, particularly people who are charged with heinous crimes, and everyone thinks, we should put them under the jail, so to speak. Being that person who stands for them and is a voice for them, because they're frequently the most marginalized, or some of the most marginalized in our community, really appealed to me and my values. And one day my judge said to me, Akai, a public defender can ask for a plea offer all day, but a prosecutor is the one who gives it. And that really shaped and influenced how I thought about the role of the prosecutor, and ultimately pushed me to become a prosecutor, whereas Heather, I mentioned I was in DC. And I focused on sex offense and domestic violence cases, and really tried to seek out child sexual abuse cases, because unfortunately in DC, which I'm sure is the case in Iowa as well, the victims of those crimes frequently had their voices silenced. People did not pay much attention to their voices, and they also tended to be from some of the poorest areas in our city, and for the most part tended to be women and girls of color. And so I took a lot of pride in wanting to be their voice and speak for them and help their voice be heard in court. Well, all the while, I tried to do everything I could to bring a balanced approach to those cases and still try to see the dignity and humanity of the people I prosecuted. And that perspective and that desire to want to bring that more balanced approach in a case-by-case basis ultimately led me to work at the Vera Institute, where now I feel very blessed and fortunate to be able to bring that approach now from just one office to working with DAs around the country. So our team helps prosecutors who are interested in ending mass incarceration, addressing racial disparities in the system, and being more accountable and transparent to the communities they serve. Probably the best example I can give of the work we do came from St. Louis City with Circuit Attorney Kimberly Gardner. She ran on a reform platform in 2016, got elected, and then was tasked with taking this traditionally law enforcement office and really shifting it into a completely different vision for what prosecutors should do. Instead of defaulting to incarcerating and convictions, looking at the symptoms and what drives people into the system and trying to address those things instead. One of the biggest issues that they faced in St. Louis was this decrepit old jail that they called the workhouse. In the workhouse, a number of people had died due to just heat, mold, not to mention any of the other abuses that were taking place in the jail. Meanwhile, the city had a newer facility that was much safer, that could hold everybody that was in jail, but they needed to get their jail population numbers reduced enough so that this new jail could actually hold everybody that they had incarcerated. But the problem was no one knew how the prosecutor's office was contributing to who was at the jail. So yes, people knew that prosecutors ask for bail and they charge people with offenses that land them in jail, but no one knew what the racial disparities were around that, how frequently people were going to jail, or how new policies might influence the jail numbers coming from the prosecutor's office. So we went to St. Louis, worked very closely with Kim and her staff, helped them analyze data about their case information system, develop new policies based on that data, share that data with community members most impacted by the decisions that Kim was making, and then help them implement new policies and practices designed to help reduce their jail population. And as a result, in small part of our work, but really due to a lot of community organizing in St. Louis, now they are on track to close that jail because they've gotten their jail population numbers reduced so significantly. And now Kim is regularly sharing data about how our office impacts the community with the members who are advocating for change in St. Louis. So that's really the work that we do with DAs around the country. And it's work that I've been very excited to participate in. All right, so that's me, that's our program. And now what I think you all have really asked me to come here and address. But before I do that, I want to introduce kind of two frameworks that have been really helpful for me, at least, in thinking about systemic racial disparities, not just in the criminal justice system, but in all disparities, particularly in this country. So the first one is the driver versus a car. And I'll say up front today, I'm mostly going to talk about the driver. But what I mean by that is frequently we don't think about the systems within which we operate. So using the two cars on the screen, on the left, you'll see a 1912 Ford Model T. And on the right, you'll see a 2020 Porsche 911. My wife will be the first to tell you that I am not the best driver in the world. But I assure you, if you put me in the Porsche, I'm going to beat even Danica Patrick if she's driving the 1912 Ford Model T. And to try to hopefully elicit some audience participation here, if folks want to drop in the chat how quickly or how long you think it takes the Ford Model T to get to 60 miles per hour, and then I'll tell folks in a second. But the reason I like using this example is you could truly be the best driver in the world. But if you're operating within machinery that's outdated, that's old, that's not meant to do certain things, you're only going to be able to do so much. I see Heather in the chat saying 1 minute or never. That's pretty close, 1 minute. I've had a couple people say only if you push it down a hill. The answer is never. I think it tops out at 45 miles an hour. So the point being, like, you can only do so much if your machinery is outdated. And really what I want to talk to today is really examining the machinery and the systems within which we operate. Because for a lot of us, we weren't around when people decided how to build this car, what parts it should have, all the different things that this system should entail. But a lot of us operate within it every single day without really questioning how it could be changed and whether we really just need a completely different system to reach the goals that we want to reach. The second thing is a game I like to play called biological or societal. So this one will definitely entail some audience participation. I'll be hoping people can jump in the chat or unmute with some answers. But in short, in a second, I'm going to show you a number of different disparities in our society. And then I'll ask whether that disparity is due to biological reasons, i.e. like DNA, genetics, or societal, like things we've just decided as a community that are driving these disparities. So let's start with the first one. So here you'll see the average height for women and men in the United States. So on the left is women. Average height of a woman in the United States is 5'4", which my wife was very happy to hear because she's 5'5", and she's always saying to me that she is not short. And on the right, you have the average height for men in the United States, which is 5'9". So true to form to the game, if people just want to drop in the chat, is this biological or societal, i.e. which one explains these differences? All right, seeing people in the chat, biological, 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 both, interesting, biological. So Heather, if you said both, do you want to just unmute and kind of explain what your rationale is for saying, no, it's not just biological?
Yeah, I think you can have a biological max, right? Like you could biologically, if you have proper nutrition and access to like vitamin D and all the things that you need for your body to grow to reach its full potential, then you'll grow that much. But we know malnutrition and all of those societal factors that don't allow you to have the things you need to reach your full height or potential then might prohibit you from getting that tall.
Yeah, no, appreciate that. And, you know, full transparency, when I first started putting this this game together, if you will, a couple of years ago, I was thinking of this as just a biological answer. And then the first couple of times I did it, inevitably someone will come in the chat and say, no, it's both, or it's societal, because in a number of communities, the young boys are given better nutrition or given more food, and that helps them grow more than young girls. So definitely think it's a mix of both, but from the chat, it looks like people are getting the hang of the game. So we'll continue on. So here is a similar disparity. On the left is the US population. 51% of the US population women, 49% of the US population are men. In the middle, you see Fortune 500 CEOs. So women are 7% of Fortune 500 CEOs, men are 93%. And then on the far right, we look at US senators. Women are 24% of US senators, while men are 76%. So same question, biological or societal, what explains this disparity? So pretty quick, societal from Catherine and Daniel. Anyone else want to weigh in? Seeing a number of other societals come in. Okay. Anyone who picks societal, since that seems to be the dominant answer, want to unmute and just explain what some of those reasons might be?
I said societal because it's a construct, you know, where we are geared toward believing, you know, my mom was a stay-at-home mom, even though she worked hard. And we were told that was the right way to do it. So when you have women running for these places and running these companies, we're just starting that. So, but it was a societal expectation. And we see what's going on in Texas, that it's a societal expectation in Texas that if you become pregnant, you keep that fetus to term or your own death, whatever it is. So I really do think that it's a societal expectation that men, particularly white men, are the leaders.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Catherine. I mean, I think that's a spot on example of why this is societal, right? Like if all things were equal, we would expect that 51% of Fortune 500 CEOs would be women and 51% of US senators would be women, but that's not the case. And the reason for that is because we've just made choices as a society, as Catherine noted. We've encouraged certain people to pursue these careers and we've discouraged others from pursuing it. So glad to hear that folks are really getting involved and getting the hang of the game. And so now turning to race in the United States. So here you'll see 2019 US median household incomes. So on the left, the median household income for a white family in the United States was roughly $70,000. In the middle, the median household income for a Latinx family was $51,000. And then on the far right, the median household income for Black families in the United States was $41,000 a year. So same question, biological or societal. I think that was Mary jumping societal with the 2 exclamation marks in the chat. If anyone else wants to weigh in too, I'll pause for a beat. Societal. So likewise, if anyone who's picking societal as the dominant answer wants to unmute and give a couple reasons that might explain that, I'd appreciate it.
I think I'm unmuted. This is Mary. I would say endemic racism is certainly a large part of that. Our expectations since the time this country was founded and the way we have treated immigrants. You have Latinx listed here. They're the most recent immigrant, large immigrant population, and it just follows the history of what this country has done with immigrants since we began.
No, I appreciate that, Mary, and really tying that to our country's history and grounding in that, I think is so right and so true. But again, just flagging, which may seem obvious, but I think it can be helpful to kind of step back and reflect that there's nothing inevitable about these disparities. Like these are just choices we've made as a society. And so we could make different choices to try to eliminate some of these disparities. All right, so this one, and for the rest of them, I won't ask people to chime in, but I think people kind of get the hang of the point now. So this is now moving to the criminal justice system. So this is looking at prison populations in the United States in 2018 per 100,000 people. So this means if I were to go out and find 100,000 white people in the United States, I would expect that roughly 268 of them would be incarcerated. If I went out and randomly found 100,000 Latinx people, I would expect that 797 of them would be incarcerated. And if I found 100,000 Black people in the United States, I would expect that 1,500 of them or so would be incarcerated. So this accounts for population differences, and there's really comparing apples to apples, if you will. And so as we see here, the incarceration rates for Latinx and Black people are significantly higher. And this is not a biological thing. This is not inevitable for a number of the reasons Mary just mentioned. This is really a lot due to societal choices. And if we've made choices that got us to this point, we can make choices to get away from this point. And this is bringing it a little bit closer to home for me in my time as a prosecutor. So this is Washington, D.C. In D.C., our population is roughly even between white and Black people. But in 2019, of all murder suspects in D.C., 1% of them were Black, 99% of them were white, and 99% of them were Black. In 2019, similarly, for unsolved murder victims. So these are people who were victims of a homicide. 95% of them were Black, 2% of them were white. I want to pause on this slide just momentarily to share a little bit more about my journey as a prosecutor. You know, being in DC, as you can see from this slide, the vast majority of people who I saw in court every day in chapels or who I was prosecuting looked like me. I mean, they were Black. I could probably count on less than 2 hands the number of white people I prosecuted in any case at the time I was in DC. And so I knew the disparities existed. As I'm sure all of you see the disparities all the time. But what I never really stopped to do was question why they existed and really start to think about what decisions have we made as a society that's gotten us to this point, and what different decisions could we make. I think for a lot of people in the criminal justice system, myself included at one point, you buy into this bad person narrative, right? That the criminal justice system or people who commit crime are just quote unquote bad people, that they are biologically evil, and it's just about identifying them and separating them from society as long as we can to be safe. But that can't be true, particularly in DC, because if that were true, we'd effectively be saying that, well, Black people in DC are just evil. They're just bad people. There's something about them that causes them to commit crime. And while people should certainly take personal responsibility for the decisions that they make, and I'm not saying that just because you are in difficult circumstances that it is inevitable that you will commit a homicide, but we can't ignore the circumstances under which people commit crime, and we certainly can't ignore that people of color in DC, particularly Black people, are disproportionately in circumstances that lead to these results. So for me, this was really a reckoning as a prosecutor that you can't just look at the person, you have to look at the circumstances and how our country and our decisions have contributed to those circumstances and coming up with different solutions. Now bringing it a little bit closer to home for y'all. So this is on the left, the population of Iowa. And so it's probably no surprise to you all, 85% of Iowa is white, 6% Latinx, 1% American Indian, and 4% Black. I can't remember what the Asian American population was, but it didn't show up significantly in the prisons population, so I stuck to these 4 demographics. Now on the right side, we're looking at the prison population in Iowa, at least as of 2015, which is the most recent data I saw. On the left is 66% white, 7% Latinx, 2% American Indian, and 25% Black. The one thing I'll note about this data is that Latinx people are notoriously undercounted in criminal justice data and are frequently counted as white. So what we've seen is that you can almost bet that the number for Latinx people is higher than that when you actually look at people's names and dig a little bit deeper into who's there. But so same, I'm not going to ask people to respond, but you know, same framework, right? Like this is not biological. This is a societal explanation. And if all things were equal, we would expect the graph on the left to be nearly identical to the graph on the right, but it is not. And so the question is, how did we get to this point, and what can you do about it? And that's what I'm hoping to spend the rest of my time talking about today. So first I'll name, our team compiled this website called motionforjustice.org, where there are a number of resources and action steps for people who want to tackle systemic racial disparities, and it's particularly addressed to prosecutors. So there are concrete things that we believe prosecutors can do that can address some of the racial disparities that I just went through before. And to back up really quick to answer Catherine's question in the chat, yes. So white people are underrepresented, if you will, in the Iowa prison population, i.e. there are fewer white people in Iowa prisons than we would expect based on looking at the Iowa population. And that's not to say that we should lock up more white people in Iowa. That's not the point at all. But it really is to just drive home the disparate treatment of who's most impacted by the criminal justice system, not only across the country, but particularly in Iowa as well. Some of it, to Catherine's question, could be based on misidentifying Latinx people. Based on our experience, you could probably count on maybe like a 3 to 4% difference. But still, there would still be a significant disparity, at least based on what we've seen. So we encourage people to check out motionforjustice.org. I think it's a great resource, has things about the history of our country's systemic oppression, and and other concrete action steps that people can take to tackle systemic racial disparities. So for the rest of the time, I'm just going to talk through 3 concrete things that we believe people can do to tackle some of these systemic disparities. So again, not the driver, but really looking at the car. What can you do to try to change these systems to get different outcomes? And the first thing is just, encourage people, particularly people who are making decisions within the system, learn about your local history and our country's history of oppression to help explain these societal reasons that we got to this point. So there are amazing resources from the Equal Justice Initiative, their website, their museum on lynching and their memorial is a wealth of resource to talk about the oppression that helps explain why we see the disparate treatment of Black people in particular in the criminal justice system. The 1619 Project by the New York Times, When They See Us. I know you all just watched the film Just Us. There are just a wealth of resources out there to really learn about our country's history and how we've gone, as Mary referenced, from this kind of history of intentional oppression and discrimination to how we see the disparities today. I think learning that history also helps illuminate really the through line between our country's history and today, because a lot of times people will say, well, look, slavery, for example, was a long time ago. What does that have to do with today? Well, very concretely on the screen now on the top left, you're seeing a picture of slave quarters in Virginia. And on the bottom right, you're seeing a modern day detention facility in the United States. And so I think for history, what people sometimes undercount is everything that exists today is not in a vacuum. Like, using an analogy of a house, the house we live in today was built on a foundation. And unfortunately for us in this country, that foundation is corrupted by a lot of different things. And because we've never really gone back as a country and kind of excavated the foundation and continued to just kind of build on it, we're still left with a lot of these remnants that show up in problematic ways today. And even just the way we detain people and the dehumanizing language we use to refer to them can be tied directly to our country's history and lineage of slavery and oppression. Another point of learning your local history has to do with economic conditions and just how neighborhoods were formed in this country. So if people are not familiar, The Color of Law by Richard Rothstein is an amazing book that talks about our country's history of redlining. And very quickly, redlining was a practice started by the federal government in the 1940s or so, where there was the federal government would only back mortgages and loans for neighborhoods that they deemed worthy. And the way they separated worthy neighborhoods from unworthy neighborhoods was pretty much exclusively done on race. And so they would draw literally a red line, as you'll see on the screen on the left, around like Black or brown neighborhoods and would not issue mortgages there. And then there would be other areas where they would back mortgages that were predominantly white areas. The example on the screen is one from DC. In the 1940s and early 30s, there was a thriving Black neighborhood in DC called Fort Reno. A number of Black businesses, Black churches, Black schools, just a very thriving Black community. And it was surrounded by a predominantly white community. And the white homeowners at the time wanted the Black people to leave their community, but didn't know how to do it. And so they tried a number of different tactics, and eventually they went to the local government and said, can you just use eminent domain to clear them out of the neighborhood? And they did. And so the Black people in that neighborhood were displaced to what is now Ward 7 in DC. That is one of the poorest areas in DC, where the median income is $41,000 a year. It is 92% Black. It has some of the worst schools in the district, at least according to the grading system here. Meanwhile, the area that used to be Fort Reno is now home to one of, if not the best public high schools and public middle school in the district. It is an area that is 92% white, and it is an area that has a median income that is 3 times higher than that of the area where Black people were displaced in DC. So that's an example that's very close to home to me and one that I've learned about in my own research, but I raise it because there are examples like this all across the country. And I'm sure there are examples of this in Iowa as well. But one of the things you can do to start to address these systemic disparities is learn your own local history and see how it plays out and continues to influence all the things that you're seeing today to better educate people who are making decisions, particularly those who have power within the system. The second thing that I'll flag today is just centering those most impacted. So we're big proponents of the adage that people closest to the problem are closest to the solution. So we always try to encourage the DAs we work with and any system actors we work with to meet with and establish a group of people from the community, from areas hit hardest by the justice system, and form a community accountability board, like a group of shareholders, if you will, that can hold the office accountable, hold the system accountable, and advise them on what the community needs to feel safe. What does the community need from these systems to better support the things that they need to feel secure in their communities? And this is a great way to hear from people who are most impacted by issues, not just empower them, but give them a seat at the table to have influence in the decisions that are going to shape their lives. Because for too long in our country, people who have been hit hardest by these systems have not been given an opportunity to shape the way that they should be designed. And so by centering those people, you can start to shift that narrative and start to better center racial equity and racial justice. And then the final thing I'll name for today is very in the weeds and concrete, but it's something we're starting to see pick up steam around the country. And it's not and no longer condoning non-public safety stops, or what other people may call pretextual stops, or even others may call driving while black. So these are stops where someone is pulled over for a minor traffic infraction, like an object hanging from your rearview mirror, expired license tags, or perhaps your window tint is too dark. But really, they're not being pulled over because of that violation. They're being pulled over because the police are searching for a reason to search their car and see if there's other more serious criminal activity going on. The problem is the vast majority of these stops don't result in any evidence. Study after study that we've come across show that somewhere between 2 and maybe 4% of all of those stops yield some kind of evidence that ultimately gets charged. The disparities in these stops are enormous. And indeed, when researchers were able to separate these kind of stops for ones like a DUI or reckless driving, where someone's actually posing a danger, they found that there were no racial disparities in the stops where someone's actually endangering public safety. And there were a lot of disparities in the situations where people were being stopped for these kind of non-public safety reasons. They also can be very dangerous. So traffic stops are the #1 way that officers are killed in the line of duty. And then they also, as people have seen on TV, Philando Castile, Sandra Bland, Dante Wright, all of them were victims of these kind of non-public safety stops where they were pulled over for some minor reason and ultimately led to their death. So one example I'll name is in Ramsey County, Minnesota, which is where Philando Castile was killed. Yesterday, their version of a district attorney announced that he would no longer take cases based on these stops. And a number of local police chiefs also said that they will no longer stop people for these violations. So this is an example of a policy that's specifically targeted addressing more of these systemic disparities, and is also backed by research and evidence to support that it will ultimately make us safer and start to be an example of what racial justice can look like when system stakeholders start to center and really think about who's hit hardest by the criminal justice system. So those are kind of some 3 action steps that people can take to start to get at some of these bigger car reasons, if you will. And if I can, I'll share a quick story about another just general strategy I think that can be helpful. And I think it's always asking why. And I'll start by saying, I'm not even sure if this story is true, but my judge told me, and it's always kind of stayed with me. She told me that she had a colleague, let's call him Frank, who was at his house for Thanksgiving one year, and his wife was making the Thanksgiving ham. And he saw that before his wife put the ham in the oven, that she lopped off both ends of the ham and then put it in. And he thought, that's kind of weird. We just lost a lot of meat on the ham. Why did you do that? And she said, well, that's what my mom always did. Now, lucky enough for Frank, his wife's mom was in the next door room. So he just walked out of the kitchen, went to the living room and said, hey, I just was talking to my wife. She just lopped off both ends of the ham before she put it in the oven. She said, you used to do it. Why did you do it? And she said, well, that's what my mom always used to do. So that's why I did it. Well, fortunately enough for Frank, his wife's grandmother was also in the house. So he just walked down the hall and went and saw the grandmother and said, hey, I just talked to my wife, and talked to her mom, your daughter. And they both said that they lopped the ends off the ham before putting it in the oven because it's something you used to do. Why did you do it? And the grandmother had a nice chuckle and she said, well, when I was growing up, we were very poor. And so our oven was very small. And so we had to lop off the end of the hand for it to fit in the oven. I share that story to say, always question why. Just because we do something now, it doesn't mean it's the right thing to do. And a lot of the things we do today are built on this very shaky foundation that I mentioned earlier. And so if you're looking to change practices, if you're looking to change the car, always ask, why am I doing this? What is the evidence that this works? Who is this most impacting? The final thing I'll say today is a quote from Bobby Kennedy that's also resonated with me. He said that you really need three things to see change. You need passion, vision, and courage. You need passion because you have to care about an issue enough to learn about it and to want to get involved. You need vision because in addition to passion, you've got to be able to see what can be done differently and who you can work with to try to see a different future. But perhaps most importantly, you need courage because change is hard. We frequently glorify people from the civil rights movement today, but back then they were vilified. Whenever you're trying to change the status quo, people will push back. And so you need courage to be bold, even to see things change that might feel very incremental. And so my hope is that for everyone on the call today is that you do have all those three things. I know that you likely embody them because you're on this call and you're interested in exploring these topics. But my hope for you is that you will really find the courage and boldness to tackle all of these disparities because it is hard work. But I'm very thankful and fortunate to be able to speak with you today because I firmly believe that you folks are capable of it. So thank you so much for having me and best of luck with the rest of the conference.
Thank you, Akai. And I'm going to apologize because I completely mispronounced your name in your introduction. So I'm sorry. I got it now. Are you able to stay on, or do you, I think you have someplace that you have to run to?
I can stay on for 3 more minutes and then I unfortunately do have to run somewhere.
Okay, so maybe Allison, I'm going to actually preempt an introduction and just ask if you have anything in particular that you would like to ask Akai before he has to run, and then we can introduce and do the response panel. Does that sound all right?
Sure, that would be great. I do have one question that I was hoping you could maybe address, and that's a lot of what you're talking about really requires a cultural shift in a lot of prosecutors' offices. And so I'm curious, particularly in a place like Iowa, where you don't have a lot of prosecutors of color, what are things that people can do to encourage that culture shift so that people can get the courage and the sort of political capital to make some of the changes?
Yeah, that's a great question, one we grapple with all the time. So the first thing I'll say is, I don't know that it takes prosecutors of color to push these changes. Being in an office in DC where there were a lot of prosecutors of color, frequently they would be kind of the ones who are hardest on crime and less willing to be empathetic, if you will. And I had some white colleagues who I would say were the opposite. So I think it definitely can happen. I don't know, although it's certainly great to have prosecutors of color who empathize and understand where people are coming from. I don't know that it's necessary either. The second thing I would say is I think Brian Stevens said some version of this, so apologize if I butcher it, but I think the opposite of apathy and empathy is proximity. So if you can just bring people closer to issues, I think that helps. And so one of those ways is perhaps requiring prosecutors to meet with the person that they're prosecuting and their attorney to learn more about their story and see that they are really not that different from a lot of the victims in their cases who they probably do empathize with. I think when you hear people's stories and how they've been brought into the system, it helps add a human element and centers human dignity in ways that I think can help break down some of those barriers.
Thanks.
Heather?
Yeah.
I don't know whether you got this message or not, but LaTanya Graves, who was our NAACP representative on the panel, she's had a family situation come up that she's got to deal with. So she's not to, she's unfortunately not going to be available with us. Now she suggested that I ask Dr. Belinda Creighton-Smith to make a couple of comments in her stead. I don't want to put Belinda on the spot here, but if you did want to make, Belinda, if you're still out there, I see you're on the list. If you want to make a couple of comments as part of the panel, that would be great. So again, you don't have to, so I'm just asking you on the fly, but if you did, because Dr. Creighton Smith has also been heavily involved in these issues in our community, and she's a member of NAACP, an active member, and so I think she might have some perspectives to offer if she chose to. So, anyway.
Do you want to, Belinda, do you want to give us a yay or nay on that?
Yeah.
And then we can jump in.
Yes, that would be fine.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. All right, we're working on the fly. That gives us more flexibility. All right, so I'm sad that Akai had to jump off, but also just, I hope, motivated as everybody else is to work through some of the things that he raised in a way that can be meaningful for us here in Iowa. So to that end, I want to introduce Allison Guernsey, who will be facilitating our final panel of the day. Allison is a clinical associate professor of law at the University of Iowa College of Law. She teaches and directs the law school's federal criminal defense clinic. Under her supervision, law students represent indigent individuals charged with federal offenses in the U.S. district courts for the northern and southern districts of Iowa. Students also practice before the U.S. Courts of Appeals for the 8th and 6th circuits. Before joining the faculty, Allison was a supervising attorney for the federal defenders of Eastern Washington and Idaho, where she provided direct representation to indigent individuals charged with federal crimes at every stage of the criminal process, including bail hearings, preliminary hearings, jury trials, and sentencing. Her case types include drug trafficking and manufacture, firearms, fraud, child exploitation, serious violent/sexual crime under the Major Crimes Act and the Assimilative Crimes Act, and habeas corpus petitions, and among others. Allison has also practiced before the U.S. Court of Appeals for the 9th Circuit. And then prior to her employment with the federal defenders, she clerked for the Honorable Michael J. Malloy, U.S. Court of Appeals for the 8th Circuit, and the Honorable Karen Nelson Moore, U.S. Court of Appeals for the 6th Circuit. So Allison, thank you. We're happy to have you here.
Yeah, no, thanks for having me. This has been a wonderful call. I've heard some really, I think, inspiring perspectives from everyone who's participated thus far. So my role here today was to really facilitate the panel with LaTanya and Mary Richards, but it seems like LaTanya Graves isn't going to be doing that. So Belinda, we have not talked, nor do I know you, but I'm going to drag you into this conversation and it's going to be a lot of fun. So as Heather mentioned, my background is in federal criminal defense. So I have never been a prosecutor. I have spent the entirety of my career on the other side of the V, representing people who are facing really substantial amounts of time in federal prison. And so I've seen firsthand how racial and economic disparity plays out in our federal court systems nationwide, whether depending on the district, it could be, Native Americans are charged at a much higher rate in federal court. Other districts, it's Black communities, and then in even others, it's Latinx communities. So a lot of what Akai had to say resonates with me really deeply because I've seen the pain and suffering that this causes from the legal perspective, working with the people who have been charged and prosecuted. So on the panel here today with me, I do have Mary Richards, and I saw her camera was off, but I'm hoping it's now on, and I'm just trying to find you. Oh, perfect. Okay. And so I'm going to do just a brief introduction, but Mary Richards is a graduate of the Drake University Law School and then worked in the Iowa Legislative Services Bureau before serving, I believe, 5 terms as the Story County attorney. She was responsible for the prosecution of a whole host of criminal offenses, from simple misdemeanors to first-degree murder cases. She was also during this time active in the Iowa Association of Counties and the Iowa County Attorneys Association. She's currently a member of the Prosecutor Review Committee, which is appointed by the Iowa Attorney General to review people who have been alleged to be sexual predators and to determine whether or not they're eligible for civil commitment or indefinite commitment. So I'm really excited to have Ms. Richards on the phone call today because I think her perspective is going to be invaluable. So Belinda, do you want to give just like a brief bio so that everyone knows who you are?
Oh, No fair. Hi, my name is Belinda Creighton Smith. I pastor a church here in Waterloo, Faith Temple American Baptist Church. And I'm also adjunct faculty at the University of Northern Iowa in the social work department, teaching diversity and difference, intro to women and gender studies, and then American racial and ethnic minorities. So that is, including a lifelong commitment to social justice and dealing with racial inequities and disparities has been my lifelong passion and work, especially being one who was raised during the time where schools were segregated and busing was new on the scene. We were some of the first students to be bused to white schools and to integrate those schools. And so that's just a little bit about my history. I'm a member of the NAACP and executive committee member for the NAACP, as well as the other organizations here in Iowa, Waterloo. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you for being willing to do this on the fly. And I do think it's absolutely wonderful that we have someone who represents Black Hawk County, honestly, on this panel, because as I'm sure you're all aware, Black Hawk County is a particularly difficult place, I think, for criminal prosecutions. It's only second to Polk County in how many Black people it sends to prison. And while only 9.7% of the county's population is Black, recent data shows that about 51% of the county's prison population is Black. And I know that there are initiatives to change that, and you've had some wonderful conversations this morning about that. So I really do appreciate, hopefully you'll give us a Black Hawk County perspective here. So I want to open the floor first, and I was hoping Ms. Richards and Ms. Smith, maybe you could just give us sort of your initial impressions about what Akai had to say in terms of sort of his 3 concrete methodologies to try to minimize racial disparities in criminal justice. And just a reminder, he talked about learning local history, centering those who are most impacted, and then just really practically stopping pretextual stops. And I'm curious if you could offer up some of your insights as to those 3 tactics. Maybe Ms. Richards, I'll start with you since you expected to be called on, and then Ms. Smith, if you want to chime in, if you have something to say, that would be wonderful.
Well, I certainly think that he was right on all of the things that he mentioned. And those are not the only things, of course, that need attention and that people can work on. Certainly local history, but I would definitely put that in the context of our cultural history as a whole, because it was so apparent to me when I was county attorney, and you understand that my 20 years of being county attorney is now 20 years in the past. So it's not a yesterday experience, but I don't really think things in this community have changed all that much. And I think that it's so apparent that while the prosecutor has a great deal of discretion, as many people have mentioned throughout this whole program, the prosecutorial discretion about how to charge a case is very important. The first 60% of the discretion about who gets involved in the system is actually in the hands of the police. And so you have to look at all of these things. And when the judge makes the determination, for instance, at the initial hearing about whether a person is going to stay in jail or whether they're going to be released on their own recognizance before further appearance, the list of things that the judge uses to make this determination in the state of Iowa, which is prescribed by law and is intended to be as even-handed as possible, still is very, very much affected by the systemic racism. Now, Mr. Johnson mentioned redlining and the inability of Black people, for instance, to find housing, to be able to buy housing. There are lots and lots of other examples of that. The inability to use the GI Bill after the Second World War is another example of that. But one of the things that a judge looks at is have you lived at the same spot for such and such a time? And if this requirement is so heavily influenced by things that are happening out in the society, then it really limits the ability of the people in the system to really have an impact on trying to reduce racial disparity. It's, the systemic racism is really, really, really important. But local history is important too. I do have to say that. Pretextual stops, I think it has been recognized for a long time that that is just one of the best ways to bring racism or other kinds of prejudices, whatever the prejudice happens to be of the person who's out on the street making the stop. The pretextual stop is a great way to carry that prejudicial influence into the justice system. Whoops, excuse me, just a minute, I'll turn that off. Sorry. And let's see, the second one was, involving the people who are actually a part of the justice system in terms of making decisions in the system. I think that's extremely important. And so I can comment on that further if you want, but let's go to Belinda for now.
Yeah, and so I just want to also chime in here. I was politely corrected that it's Dr. Creighton Smith, and I was saying Ms. Smith. So I apologize for that. That's the lack of not actually knowing your background. So I do apologize. But Dr. Creighton Smith, I would love to hear what your position or your perspective is on what you heard.
Thank you so much. There were so many things that I was trying to jot down at the same time, bouncing a little grandbaby on my lap. You all can't see him, but he's there. Definitely to deal with the pretextual stops, it was a few years ago, Dr. Hayes, I don't know if you remember this. We were at an NAACP meeting, and it was the chief at that particular time, came to one of our meetings and made the announcement that they were going to conduct safety checks on just random drivers, just safety checks to make sure everything was working, the signals were working, the brake lights were working, they were wearing their seat belts, and etc. And then shortly, of course, I contested it. I was very vocal about my objection. However, a few months later, we learned that the numbers of traffic stops for people of color, in particular African-American men, skyrocketed. It was already high to begin with. And so that in a community the size of ours, Black Hawk County, it's easy also for the officers to know who's who, or to run plates and know the last name of individuals and would automatically assume some association with that particular family member that justifies a stop. We've had law enforcement, as Dr. Richards was saying, we had law enforcement officers who believed it was within their right to stop individuals that they knew who had been in trouble before, even though they weren't committing a crime now. So those are some of the issues and some of the challenges that we face when we talk about stopping those pretextual, stopping those kind of traffic stops. We have, oh, I'm so sorry, and I do have a dog too, Kobe. And so we do have an issue in trying to educate law enforcement. And I don't know if it's educate what we would have to do, but it's definitely to get them on board. It's going to be a significant challenge, but it's going to be essential, necessary in order to bring about a change. Simply as a community trying to make our law enforcement more friendly and more palatable to our community. We've had a really big tug of war with the simple emblem on their uniforms. It was on the car, but now it's still on the uniforms of a griffin or a griffin, AKA dragon, right? So we're talking about the mindset of our community as well. We had hordes of people come out to back the blue and come out to protest the removal of that emblem from the car and the uniform. I say all of this to say that when we have structural racism or the structural racialization of people, it's interwoven into everything. The narrative that has been shared, the ideology, the images that people have of what a person looks like that commits a particular crime, why a person of color, a Black man, should not be walking through a white community. It's an automatic response. If that's the case, you need to pull them over and ask questions because they're up to no good. Another example of the implicit biases and just the narrative that the community has bought into. There was a time when I was working with the Blackhawk County Disproportionate Minority Contact Task Force, and our city council wanted to put in place an ordinance to find young people who were standing around in groups of 4 or more, okay? And I of course objected. I said, listen, if you come by my house any Sunday evening, you're gonna see a host of 4 or more or 6 or more Black males standing around because we have Sunday dinner. You know, so we have to be careful about, but the public was really buying into that because they don't understand how intricately interwoven this racism and racialized treatment is in our various institutions. So definitely the pretextual stops, definitely trying to bring people to the table who have an invested interest, not just those who are making laws, but also the community stakeholders, such as Dr. Hayes and myself and a host of other people in Blackhawk County and other cities. We have to also be at the table because someone has to be the conscience of our country. Our country history was established, the economic infrastructure of our country was established on the backs of slaves and the land of indigenous people. So those are all of the things that play a role into how we see people of color. The Black codes, right? The Jim Crow era, vagrancy laws, those vagrancy laws set up a narrative in which African-American men were automatically assumed to be criminal-minded, right? That degree of criminality was associated with them based on their skin color. So all of those things play a role, definitely, as he shared, but I also believe that we need the community voice at the table.
So I just want to ask a follow-up question about that. How do you think that sort of involving the most impacted and getting the community together would be most effective? I mean, is it that you can envision, for example, an annual meeting where a prosecutor talks about prosecutorial objectives? Because to some degree, prosecutions are driven by what's important to police. As Ms. Richards mentioned, they're sort of the first entree into the system. But I could see it working the other way. And I think we heard some commentaries this morning that maybe it shouldn't be police that are driving prosecutions, but rather prosecutors who are driving what happens with policing. So what would you envision in your ideal world this to look like? I'll open that up for either of you. I think if you have thoughts, sure.
A couple of things. What has happened in this community since the death of George Floyd was, as has happened in many communities, a community investigation or really looking at police policies. And I frankly think we are in a community that has a very enlightened police department. For instance, the gentleman who was the chief for many years and just recently retired really came up through the university and through the psychology department. And his procedure was to hire people for his department, the regular police officers on the street, who had either majored in things like social work or teaching or something like that. His philosophy being, we can always teach them what they need to know as police officers. I want people who have a attitude toward the public that they are concerned about people and that they want to help people. And I think we benefited from that approach of his in terms of having a more enlightened, I guess I would say, police department. But that does not mean that we are free of the endemic racism. Nowhere is free of the endemic racism. You know, we're still suffering from redlining and from all of those kinds of things. So I think I've almost forgotten where you asked us to go.
So just what would this, centering the most impacted look like in an ideal world, so that we know as community members what we can push our legislatures or our local representatives to do?
I have two things that have happened here. And one reason I was talking about this community is one of the things that has happened is that there's been a very active group looking at the police procedures that have been adopted here. And I won't go into what they are, but they are ones that were developed and are used widely across the United States. And so the city really has decided to have a group to advise the police department, a citizens group to advise the police department on policies. So I think that's one good thing. There's another thing that is done in this community that is sort of in the same direction that you're talking about, and that is that there is a group of citizen activism that is fashioned after, it's part of the Industrial Areas Foundation, which was begun right after World War II. They're found in lots of places in the country. And the way they do this is by asking local groups of people, what is your biggest concern? Like, so in one community, it may be, we don't have enough housing. In another community, it may be, healthcare services are just non-existent. And so they work from that. It's not somebody from the top down saying, here, what are your problems? But it's the people in the community saying, this is what concerns us. And so I think that's a very good model that if anybody does not, they can just look up Industrial Areas Foundation, I'm sure, on the web and find out lots of information about how to, about what it's about, how it's organized, etc. So, okay.
Dr. Creighton-Smith, do you have any thoughts or ideas?
Yeah, I tell you, I'm just puzzled. I mean, just kind of at a blank. I'm thinking that we will have to probably work on various levels at the same time, simultaneously dealing with those who are making the policies and laws, as well as a community, neighborhood association folks, bring them all to the table. The other concern I have is that because many have bought into the narrative that certain folks are just criminals, we're going to have to do something to try to bridge that gap, that chasm that exists between people of color and those who have no experience whatsoever living with, walking with, talking with, right, going to school with people of color. So we've got to try to work on that chasm. We have like community book reads that where we have a book that folks are reading that deals with like caste or racism. And as a result of that, there's some community conversation between folks, which I think is going to help to bridge, hopefully, the community and bring about some change, systemic change as well, because people are becoming more aware. Dr. Richardson, as you said, as a result of George Floyd's murder, we have folks that are talking about it and individuals who want to do better and what can I do to change things. So I think it would be wise for us to capitalize on this momentum and bring people together to try to facilitate some change. And it's going to be, we have to deal we have to deal with more than just the symptoms. We have to deal with the core of the problem. And I think that the core of the problem is humanity and the way that we see each other as less than human.
Yeah, I would agree. And I think that's a big and fortunate and huge problem that I hope would be solved, at least in maybe my child's lifetime, although I'm not particularly optimistic. So I want to shift gears just a little bit and move away from policing to the adjudication system itself, because it's not only that we see more people of color, particularly in Iowa, more Black people end up in the criminal legal system, but when they're in the criminal legal system, they are often treated much more harshly by the people who are adjudicating those cases. And so I was wondering if either of you have comments on sort of national policy. President Biden has indicated that it's one of his priorities to diversify individuals who are on the federal bench. And when he talks about diversification, he's really talking about ethnic and racial, but also socioeconomic and professional diversity. So pulling not only prosecutors to be federal judges, but also then looking at career public defenders and career civil rights lawyers. And I'm wondering, from your perspective as a community member and activist and as a lawyer and prosecutor, do you think there's benefit there, and what benefits do you see?
Of course there is. The more perspectives that are brought to an issue, the better off we are. The more we become tunnel visioned, the less we're able to change. And so I definitely agree with that approach. I think I say the more the merrier. Dr. Creighton-Smith?
Definitely, I agree as well. I think that the more perspectives that you can bring to the table, and even to dialogue and to debate the issues and talk it through so that everyone understands, or at least can hear what one another is saying, then they can come up with a solution that benefits everyone. So I definitely agree, especially when we're talking about individuals who are on different socioeconomic levels as well as race and ethnicity.
Yeah.
And gender.
And when we talk about that proximity that Brian Stevenson mentions in his book, right, we really are often talking about making prosecutors, making defense lawyers, making police officers more proximate to the communities that they're prosecuting and defending and investigating. But I don't often hear conversations about doing that with the judiciary, despite the fact that these judges in Iowa and beyond have a great deal of power. And so for those who are engaged in community activism and trying to get involved in changes, I do think that one of the places I haven't seen a lot of that movement is with the judiciary. And I don't know that we had anyone from the judiciary participate in this conference today, but I do think it's an area that we tend to gloss over, in part because it's also an area that's quite hidden. And I think that leads me to the next question that I wanted to ask, which is about court watching programs. So across the nation, there have been programs that have been implemented for community members, some of whom have no legal background whatsoever, to go in and just be present in a court, to just be watching what's happening and to be making notes about what's happening so that you can report it to other local community organizations. You can reach out to your elected officials, you can reach out to journalists. And I'm curious whether you have thoughts on whether that would be an effective tactic to try to attempt to alleviate some of the disproportionate punishment that people of color face once they get into the system, and whether you're aware of any communities doing that, in fact, in Iowa.
I have been gone from the system so long that I can't tell you whether or not currently anything like that is happening. There are a couple of problems with that. Number one, you've got to find a person who has enough time to spend regularly doing that. And that's not so easy in this day and age. To find someone who is willing to, like, go to a courtroom, say, okay, I'm going to go watch the preliminary, the initial appearances every Monday morning. It takes a lot of dedication in finding somebody to do that. I think it's a good idea. I don't think it's a bad idea at all. For one thing, it makes that person much more aware of how the system works and makes them able to spread that news among the other people that they work with, that they interact with. The other thing is they will see that a lot of what goes on in a courtroom, if, for instance, if you go to watch a trial, a lot of the actual negotiation and so forth, as you well know, Allison, takes place out of the presence of the people watching in the courtroom. You know, you'll retire to the judge's chambers, or you'll have this whispered conversation at the bench, or there will be motion practice that nobody pays any attention to before you even ever get into the courtroom. So you would only be watching the top part of the iceberg in a lot of ways. But given those drawbacks, I think it's a good idea.
Definitely. What we've done here in Black Hawk County with the NAACP, in fact, the president of the NAACP, LaTanya Graves, for some of the cases that we've been made aware of, she will go, and there are different ones of us who will also go and watch in the courtroom. The other thing that we've discovered is not only do we learn things, but there's a difference in the temperament, especially if we can get more of us there. The climate of the courtroom changes, the disposition towards the person who's being charged changes, even, and so that it's important for a number of reasons. The person who is standing before the judge, with the attorneys, feel a sense of community support and more buy-in to the community. And then those who are, facilitating the process realize that they're being watched. And then at the same time, we're able to share with others who may find themselves coming up against the law because they've done something. We can give them some pointers about what to do, what not to do, and et cetera. So I think it's very helpful, especially maybe if we would solicit volunteers who belong to these organizations, who have retired, to spend a portion of their day there watching and taking notes. It makes a really big difference in not sometimes even the outcome of what happens in those cases.
I think that's exactly right. I think back to, there's an organization called Mi Gente, and they were really instrumental in Arizona and Texas in organizing mass court watching projects during Operation Streamline in federal court, where individuals were being charged with illegal reentry, so coming back into the country without permission, or illegal entering the country without permission. And they were doing these en masse guilty pleas and arraignments, and Mi Gente had court watchers, and the court watchers packed the courtroom, and it really just sort of changed the dynamic of the courtroom. And eventually the program was discontinued in the iteration that it was at that time. I'm also then reminded of a program for those who are interested at the University of Chicago School of Law. There's a clinical professor there. Her name is Allison Siegler, and she was also a former federal public defender who started a law school clinic. And one of the projects her clinic students worked on was a court watching project in Chicago. And as Dr. Creighton Smith said, it's not just cataloging outcomes, but the fact that you're there and that you make your presence known really improved the quality of the federal court hearing. And they walked away with really important data, which was in the majority of the cases, individuals were being detained without an actual basis for detention in the federal statute. And they were able to then issue a report of those findings. The judges, of course, fixed that. But just the presence of people in the community member being interested changes the judge's demeanor, I think, in a way that is at least more affirming, at least from my perspective, representing a person who's standing there. It's very affirming for the person who's also in the court. So I think, some of the other questions that Akai's talk raised for me is there's a general sense, are there statutes, are there laws that you think here in Iowa we just shouldn't be prosecuting at all? And I'm not an Iowa criminal defense lawyer, I'm a federal defense lawyer, but I can think of at the federal level at least two laws that are 100% rooted in racist ideals, right? That the disparate treatment between powder cocaine and crack cocaine, everybody has acknowledged for years upon years that is race-based and not evidence-based. And then, recently we have a federal district judge in Nevada who invalidated, as a violation of the Equal Protection Clause, the illegal reentry statute, saying that our immigration criminal statutes were in fact developed and passed with racial animus, and they shouldn't be prosecuted at all. In fact, they can't be prosecuted in that particular judge's courtroom. So I'm curious if you have any thoughts about that. I know that's a pretty big question, but I'd be curious to hear what you have to think.
I have to, the woman who was the first female county attorney not the first, but the first for a very long time, was the one who immediately preceded me as county attorney in Story County. And she had declared, we are not going to bring a marijuana charge for, I can't remember what it was, less than an ounce. And basically, I thought, this is a good idea. So basically kept that as a prosecutorial rule in my office as well. But then toward the end I have never been able personally to see much of a difference between the effects of alcohol and the effects of marijuana on a person's behavior. And so sort of towards the end of the time of my 20 years, when I felt really comfortable with the heads of the police agencies in Story County, I just, threw sort of just put the idea out, say, what do you think about legalizing marijuana? And you would be surprised at the pushback I got. Fortunately, it's 20 years later, people are seeing the logic of that. And I think that it will happen, it will happen in Iowa. We are sort of on the verge now that we allow medical marijuana and all those things. And now that you can go across the bridge into Illinois and buy it, but I'm thinking it took a long time, and I've never seen the logic of the different the different punishments for the two actions. I don't know whether that's
no, that's great. Yes, Dr. Creighton Smith, do you have any thoughts?
Definitely, the whole marijuana issue. If we would legalize marijuana, there would be no reason for officers to stop someone and say, I think I smell, right, marijuana. But that happens frequently. And that's used as a reason to search. And then because individuals are, want to say that, hey, I'm not using marijuana, I'm not doing anything illegal, they'll allow the search. And typically, they're let go. But just if we would legalize marijuana, it wouldn't be able to be used that way. Definitely the disparity between powder and crack cocaine is something that we fought for many years. And even though it has, as far as the amount has been reduced some, it's still disparate. And so that needs to be equalized. And I'm not saying a greater penalty for folks who are using powder cocaine. I'm saying that let's treat it like the public health and mental health crisis that it is, and not criminalize mental health issues. So definitely I agree.
Right. The difference between the two forms of cocaine was never a big issue in this county. Meth was a big issue here, as it was in a lot of the rural parts of Iowa.
And I think based on some of the conversations I heard earlier, there is also sort of a larger thought process happening about whether or not the appropriate response to the harm of drugs is even incarceration at all, no matter what that actual drug is. And so I think, as we think about the people who are passing through our system quite violently often, right? We are really doing violence to a great number of people. We need to think whether we are not causing more harm than we are actually preventing, and what are, I think, more appropriate and measured and proportionate responses to harm. And it may not be in prison at all. It may not be ripping someone through the criminal legal system at all. Yeah. So another question that I have, and I would love to get your perspective on, is something that happens during jury trials often. And I know, Dr. Creighton Smith, I don't know your background, so I'm not sure whether you'll be able to answer this question, but I'm hopeful you would have some thoughts. But there is a process that prosecutors and defense lawyers use during jury selection called the use of peremptory strikes. And I know that there's a lot of non-lawyers here. So just for the non-lawyers, it's essentially the process by which you can remove someone from a panel of potential jurors for no reason or any reason, provided that the reason isn't unconstitutional. And there is a Supreme Court case that says you cannot remove people because of race. But we all know that oftentimes things other than race are used as a proxy to remove people of a certain racial demographic from juries with peremptory challenges. And I'm just wondering, Ms. Richards in particular, if you've thought about the way that using peremptory challenges to remove people from a jury maybe disproportionately affects people of color and ends up with having those people go to prison for a longer time, and whether you think our process of allowing people to take people off of a jury pool just willy-nilly is the right thing to do.
Okay, it's not taking them off the jury pool, it's taking them off the particular group that is seated there and replacing them with someone else from the pool.
But they are not they are no longer considered.
That's right.
Yes.
They are not,
so they are, for all intents and purposes, have been removed.
Okay. I will give you an example of a time that I would use a peremptory challenge. When assigning major cases in my office, we were a small county, so we did not have, for instance, all of the violent crime, the terrific amount of violent crime that our speaker this morning talked about. But for instance, we'd have one major murder a year approximately. I mean, they were pretty sensational, but, not, we're not ending up with dozens and dozens of them. Likewise, sexual assault cases. I usually assign sexual assault cases and first-degree murder cases to myself, and usually did them with another assistant, okay? Just because they're high profile, the buck always stops here anyway, and so I might as well be doing the work. Also, with the sexual abuse cases, traditionally, at least back when I was prosecuting, while you can expect to get over 90% conviction in almost every case that you try, with a sexual assault case in those days, your chances were about 50%. And so I figure, okay, I'm the person who can take that better than, anybody else in my office, and I'll know that, I did a good job of it. Well, when you are choosing a jury for a sexual assault case, I learned that women who were, at that time my age, middle-aged or older, were not good jurors on a sexual assault case. People would be surprised about that, but the reason apparently is that psychologically they think, oh, it could have been me. She must have done something that allowed this to happen. Where men of that age don't have those, they know what other guys do, is what I'm saying. Younger women who were like in their 20s, or early 30s maybe at that time, did not have that same kind of reaction. So if I were using, if there was a woman, say, who was 60, and I thought, I'm not sure about this person, I would use a peremptory strike for that person, because I did not think they would be able to dispassionately look at the evidence and listen to the testimony. I was concerned that there would be that perhaps even unexpressed feeling in their background, something, she must have done something. So that's how I talk about how I would explain about peremptory strikes. You certainly never make them in terms of a racial characteristic or something like that. And that is unconstitutional. So
Sure, and that would certainly be unconstitutional. But one of the things that defense lawyers have seen, both in the federal system and the state system, is oftentimes people aren't using them in the way that you described, right? So you used it in a way that maybe you didn't get for a for-cause challenge, so you couldn't kick them off because they represented that they wouldn't be able to be impartial, but rather thinking, in my experience, I know this person is not going to be a great juror for me. And sadly, a lot of prosecutors think that, and they think that about people who are maybe part of the same community that someone who is being tried is. And so they're getting blanketly removed, but of course not with the articulated basis because of race, but perhaps this person has had a lot of run-ins with the police. Well, we all know that that maybe targets a particular demographic, or this person lives, and I saw this in federal court last year, this person lives in his mom's house still. Well, that's an indicator of socioeconomic status, which we know in the district where this was being tried also then correlates with the community that this person comes from. So I do think that as we're thinking about ways to sort of minimize disparate outcomes for communities of color in the criminal legal system, that peremptory challenges and the powers that the prosecutors have in trial and jury selection are an important focus. And I saw a comment come in that said, but wait, I want to use them to remove the racists. Totally agree. I totally agree. And so what that means is that oftentimes when communities have been considering and when courts have been considering whether we eliminate peremptory challenges, they're really just only removing them from the prosecutor's power. So they're vesting that power wholly with defense lawyers, so that it's the defense lawyers that can kick off the people that they think may be disinclined. And then the theory being that a prosecutor should be able to try his or her, their case to anyone from the community if the evidence is strong enough. So I don't know, Dr. Creighton-Smith, did you have any thoughts on that?
Actually, you echoed my sentiments because I was going to say, no, I'm glad you did, because I was going to say there are questions like, do you live in this area? Do you know of this person? Do you go to the same church? There are certain questions that are asked that then would make me ineligible according to the prosecutor. So yeah, definitely.
Right.
Well, I do think it's legitimate to not have people on the jury who are personally acquainted with the defendant or personally acquainted with the victim, or in some other way likely not to be able to be dispassionate.
Yeah, and I think they assume that about people of color, and I believe they assume that about African Americans or Latinx members of the community. I also know that they call on us. Defense attorneys will call on us if they're the person they're representing is white and they feel as though they've been treated unfairly. Then they will want us on the jury. You know, so that's interesting as well. Yeah.
So the assumptions and the stereotypes go both ways.
Sorry, Allison, did you see that Latanya just jumped back on?
No. Hold on. It'll take me a second. Sorry. Oh, perfect. Wonderful. Well, I think we have about 7 minutes left. So I would love, are you willing to chime in with your thoughts?
Yes, I'm sorry I missed a lot of it, but my grandson has COVID and he's in the hospital and I had to go, and
oh my goodness.
I'm not sure where we're at, but
well, I think it would be really wonderful for at least me, and I'm sure everyone else here, to just hear some of the response that you have to Akai's talk, if you have a response at all, or I can ask a more tailored question if you'd like.
You know, everything that he said, it just sheds light on what we've known for years, and it's more powerful when it's in data where everyone can see it, because there are so many people that truly believe racism and discrimination do not exist. And so myself and Dr. Belinda and others, we have been community activists for at least 30 years. And initially when crack cocaine first came on the scene, we were meeting with judges and legislators, and at that time, I was saying a drug is a drug is a drug is a drug. And if you make the sentencing guidelines across the board, no matter what drug it is, then you will not have a disparity. And I was saying that, 25 years ago, and continue to say it present day. And sadly, they didn't listen when we were meeting with them. And then that's why you have this huge disparity. And then at the same time, you know, crack was the preferred drug for African Americans. And then anytime, you know, when you have such a disparity like that, especially when drugs are prevalent, and no matter what type of drug it is, you're going to have increased crime in your community. But there's nothing that said crack would cause more crime than marijuana or coke or heroin or meth. And so it's just evident that the reason those laws were imposed was because of race. And so, and it's sad that, you know, the Sentencing Project put out a report, I want to say in 2007, and said that, you know, Black Hawk County was the worst in incarcerating African Americans, expelling African American male students, and sentencing them, you know, to prison. And then several years after that, another report came out that said the same thing. So nothing was being done to change that disparity. And then here we are in 2021, but in 2018, you know, the report came out again that said Black Hawk County ranked #1 in the nation as the worst place for African Americans to live. But in that same year, in April of 2018, an article came out that said we ranked #6 as one of the best places to retire. So obviously they were not talking about us. So, you know, and again, it's just so many people that are working, you know, to change, to make changes, but it's still so much more work that we have to do.
I'd love to follow up on that, because what I see from the federal level is there really has been a big push to try to rectify some of the real harm that the crack cocaine laws did. We have the First Step Act, and frankly, Senator Grassley was a huge push, a huge advocate for that. And I'm sort of curious whether it's time for Iowa to maybe have a second look to try to atone for some of those things in the past. And I'm curious whether you or other people in the community have thought about, is there a mechanism by which we can look at how we've treated communities of color, particularly with respect to drug laws in Iowa? And is there a mechanism that we can go back and provide the same types of relief that perhaps we're providing in the federal court system? I know Iowa's laws are quite different, and sentencing commutations are really difficult. There's no compassionate release. We don't have the equivalent of the First Step Act. So there are a lot of statutory barriers, but I'm just curious, from a community activist perspective, is this something that you think is needed to atone for what we've done in the past?
Yes, it's definitely needed. But at the same time, what people have to understand is they're electing people that continue to impose laws that disenfranchise people of color. And until we understand our votes do matter and our votes do count, and we have to make it known that we're not going to continue to elect these people. And I'm just so passionate about, I'm passionate about people, period. I'm passionate about assisting anyone in need. And until we all can understand that we're all created equal, then I'm just sorry. I just feel nothing will change until we change our mindset, because we are all created equal. And that's what I tell people all of the time. It doesn't matter if you're black, blue, brown, purple, or yellow. We are all created equal. And we just have to stand up and fight for the rights of the disenfranchised. And right now is the Black, Indigenous people of color.
Well, I see we're at our time limit, but that was a pretty wonderful way to close out. So I truly appreciate all of your thoughts. Thank you to the three of you for engaging in this conversation. I certainly learned a lot, and I hope that the panel did as well. So I will turn it over to Heather, or does it go to someone else? Yeah.
I think it goes to me next.
Yeah, go ahead, Al.
Yeah, and I don't want to people have been very patient. I'm really pleased with the sort of staying power of people. I think almost everybody that signed up has been here almost the whole day, and I hope that speaks to the quality of the information we've been providing, plus the concern and motivation that people have to deal with this issue. And I got to give a special thanks to Reverend Belinda Creighton Smith. I mean, she has this huge wealth of knowledge about these issues, and she's getting some of her students involved in this on a regular basis. And she's a tremendous resource that we have here in our community in Blackhawk County, also you and I for that matter. So anyway, I was asked to talk about where do we go from here, and I think my comments are just going to be really a good segue from what a lot of people have said. I think a lot of the reason why IGN took on the prosecutor issue is because, you know, when you're faced with this vast problem of injustice and inequality, you got to try to find some leverage points. You can be overwhelmed by the scale of the problem, and you just got to pick carefully what are going to be your leverage points that maybe you can bring about some positive change. And even though certainly the police are a big part of the problem, with all the power that prosecutors have, they are a key leverage point that we can work on and maybe begin to alter some outcomes for folks. And so it's not that we see this as the only way to act. It's just one way to perhaps move the system in a positive direction. The other advantage of the prosecutor issue is that it's really both a local and a state issue. Somewhat federal, but primarily local and state. So it's an issue where people can work on different levels on the issue. And let me talk about the local level first, because I think the first thing that all of us as citizens have to do is simply get familiar with the county attorney in our county. I'd wager that a large percentage of people who, if they haven't been involved in the criminal justice system, don't even have any idea who their county attorney is, and let alone what their policies are. And so just simply learning what's going on in your county in this office, and it can be challenging because sometimes they're not exactly eager to share information with the public. So you have to be really pushy and insistent. And that's step one. And then you have to begin to ask them questions about how they make their prosecutorial decisions. How do they decide whom to charge and what charges to bring? And how do they make recommendations on bail? It's true, the magistrates or the judges set bail, but the county attorney's recommendations carry some weight. Do they really fully take advantage of diversion programs, which they might have on the books, might or might not be used actively? And do we need to expand the diversion programs? How often and in what basis do they do plea bargains? We know that 90% of cases never go to trial. They never get before a jury. And so the plea bargaining system is very, very important. How do they make those decisions as to how and with whom? And of course, the sentencing recommendations that they make are a key thing as well. Now, all of this, of course, should be informed by an awareness of racial disparities. And we need to challenge our county attorneys, first of all, to keep records, to know who's going through the system and what the racial composition of the people, and keep records and provide data and be transparent on the racial composition of who is working through their system. And I want to forcefully remind people that the county attorney is an elected position in Iowa. It's not appointed by the governor, it's an elected position that's determined by the voters. And a lot of county attorneys run unopposed. We have not had a contested county attorney election in Blackhawk County that I can remember. And I've lived here for 42 years. Okay, so maybe there was one back when I first moved here and I wasn't aware of things, but it's been years since anyone has even challenged our county attorney for office. Now, IGN is a 501c3 organization, and so we cannot get directly involved in electoral politics in any way. But I think what we can do is encourage citizens to become informed, to find out who is the county attorney, to find out if there are people that would want to run against them that have different philosophies, to ask questions during a campaign about what their policies are. Because sometimes even by raising an issue in a campaign, you can cause more attention to it. So again, we can only kind of be in an indirect way on that, but we certainly want to encourage citizens to get involved in the political process in that way. Find out when your county attorney is up for re-election. Find out if they're going to have an opponent. Of course, that doesn't mean their opponent is better than they are. They may be worse. You need to know about that too, right? So, at any rate, then at the state level, what can we do? Bail reform, big issue. We've just seen our neighboring state of Illinois virtually abolish cash bail or make it very, very limited in its use. That's a state policy decision that can be made that could have a tremendous impact, because we know that people that don't get out on bail not only lose their jobs and lose their income and so forth, they're much more likely to be convicted of more serious offenses just simply for the fact that they stay in jail, holding other variables constant. Sentencing reform. You've heard from Sue and others about the modifications that we're seeking in life without parole in Iowa, and we need to continue to work on that issue. But we also need to look at all mandatory minimums and see if they're justified in terms of, we have a member of our board that served 17.5 years with a 25-year sentence because that sentence has a 70% mandatory minimum. And so we can see the direct impact of those kinds of decisions on people. And of course, in addition to that, the length of sentences. It's not just the mandatory minimum served, but also the overall length of sentences that we really need to examine. Because if you look at other countries in the world, they somehow have managed to have the same or lower crime rates than we do, with much, much lower sentences than we impose for almost every offense. Of course, we need to make sure that the prisons have adequate training and education programs. They weren't that great to begin with, and of course, with the combination of the pandemic and the recent violence at Anamosa, some of the ones that they have been shut down, and we need to get them going back and in full swing as soon as possible. We need to have supports for our returning citizens and their families. Sue Hutchins has worked very hard to help out families of people that are in prison or coming out of prison, because sometimes those families are in crisis and they don't get the attention that they deserve. And of course, mental health services. We know that our prisons are the largest mental health institutions in our state, and many of our other mental health services are not adequate and are underfunded and so forth and so on. So I mean, I could go on and on about the issues, but those are just some of the issues that IJAN has addressed. And so I want to encourage everybody that's on this call, if you're not currently on our IGN network, I'm going to be comparing the sign up list with our IGN network list and seeing if identifying people that maybe are not currently on our network list. And then I'll request that you allow me to put you on your network, because that way we can keep you informed of the things that we're involved in. And very likely we'll have a lobby day in Des Moines this year, although, you know, partly depends on how the COVID situation continues to play out. But to keep you informed about that kind of stuff, how you can write your legislators about issues that come up. And I promise on a stack of Bibles that I will not inundate you with emails. Okay, if you get on my list. I try to keep the emails limited to the issues where it really is important that people participate. If I sent you everything that I get about criminal justice, I would be inundating you with emails, but I try to keep it to the essentials as much as possible. So and so we will try to keep you informed going forward as to what we're involved in and what you can get involved in. So I think that's all I have. If anybody has any comments or questions before we adjourn, I'll be glad to answer them. You can always, if you want to jump on, my email is just alln.hays@uni.edu, and that's the one you can use to get on the system. But I'm going to handle that. I'm going to get back to you as make sure you can get on. Yeah, Mary.
I just wanted to.
Go ahead, Mary.
Can I just say one thing let me just say one thing. There are no dues to belong to IGN. Just so people know, we don't have dues to be in the network.
If you're on the network, you're a member of IGN. Okay, go ahead, Mary. I'm sorry.
I think it's very important for all of us to recognize our own internal prejudices, because everybody has them. Some are good, some are bad. I listed 3 books in the chat that I think are good for people to read for that. Blink by Malcolm Gladwell, Whistling Vivaldi by Steele, I can't remember his first name, and How to Be an Anti-Racist by Ibram Kendi.
Oh, I'm glad you said that, Mary, because for Black Hawk Countyans, I'll put in a plug. The Cedar Valley Anti-Racism Coalition is sponsoring another book read this fall, and it's going to be on the book Cast by Isabella Wilkerson, which is an outstanding book and really gets at the roots of some of the issues that we're talking about. I'm going to be facilitating a group starting for every Monday in October. I'm going to be facilitating a group. You're welcome to join our group, and but I think there's going to be a number of other book read groups on that book. So please consider, if you haven't had a chance to read the book, please consider spending the time to read it, because she's an outstanding author, and just, I mean, it's not a pleasure to read because the information is painful, but her style and everything make it something that is accessible and understandable to read. So I recommend that book. Any other comments before we depart?
Yes, I had wanted to comment back on the mandatory sentencing and point out that what mandatory sentencing did is take discretion from the judges and put it with the prosecutor. So the prosecutor determines the sentence rather than the judge, because the judge's hands are tied. And so I can see a situation where what you might want to do is open up the sentencing and allow the judge to say, I can sentence you deferred probation, prison, or a mandatory minimum before you get paroled. and leave that up to the judge. Now, the whole problem with everything is, of course, that we haven't really dealt with our own internalized racism, and we think we're fair and unbiased, and we're just basing it on the facts when we're not. But I really think the mandatory sentences took it and put it into the prosecutors who have no accountability, rather than the judges who also have no accountability.
Well, as I said, the prosecutors do have accountability. It's us. Okay, we're the voters.
well, yeah, no, I mean, well, see, but then I forgot that other counties have contested elections. Black Hawk doesn't, because, but you're right. But still, the prosecutor should not make sentencing decisions, period. They should give recommendations and state the reasons why. They shouldn't be the judge and the jury.
Well, yeah, that's something that we could delve a lot further into that issue, but I think maybe since we're getting close to I will just comment that one of the reasons why prosecutor associations have resisted mandatory minimums, we're getting rid of mandatory minimums, is because it gives them leverage in the plea bargaining process, so
which
that they end up
racist in Black Hawk County.
Yeah, they get to they can plea bargain more effectively if they can hold 25 years over somebody as a mandatory minimum. So that's one reason why. Yeah.
Could I just put in a plug for the local action part? You talked about state and local action, and sometimes it doesn't have to be a big complicated thing. You know, you led up a thing in our church congregation asking us to write, come up with 20 letters to our county attorney, letting him know that we are interested in these racial justice issues and the disparate sentencing. And he was on today. Our county attorney was on listening to this conference today. Now, would he have done that if he hadn't received who knows how many letters, Al? I don't know how many letters were generated throughout the county from different congregations, but he was on this today, and I frankly wonder and doubt that he would have been on it otherwise. So I think I'm a big local action person.
I think,
yes.
I think he's aware that people are concerned, and I think he's at least seeming to listen. I'm given the record of that office. I'm withholding judgment on how that will proceed, but we're not trying to automatically pigeonhole or label anybody. We want to try to have a dialogue with people and try to get some change.
I'm not saying anything has changed yet, but just that he's listening, we got his attention.
Yeah, right. Other comments? Yeah.
Yes, Alan, is there a way that there's been a multitude of information shared today? It'd be nice to be able to go over that. It was recorded. Is there a way that we can access that to show other people?
Well, actually, everything has been recorded, and I'm going to attempt to edit it and put it in a form that we can get it on our webpage. Now, my video editing skills are less than stellar, but if anybody out there is a good video editor, maybe you can help me. But I will do my best to get it in a form that where we can have a link. It's too big to fit on our webpage, but the whole thing is too big. But to have a link where people can access it from. Yeah, we definitely are planning on that if possible. So it may take us a while to get it sorted, but we'll certainly give it a shot.
Alan, is it possible to get a copy before it's edited?
Well,
just
sure.
to share, with friends and family, so people can see what's really going on. Because one of the things I thought was critical is like Reverend Belinda, when she was talking about when you have polices that think they should be able to stop people just because, or they set up these security checks, quote unquote, as a reason to stop people. I mean, think about it. When they do stuff like that, what areas are they going to set up in?
Of course.
You know what I'm saying?
Of course.
And when it comes to the prosecutors, I hate to keep driving this, but the reason why I bring up the case from the kid from Waterloo that was just joyriding, getting drunk, drinking with guys that he thought were friends of his, and when after he passed out, they stopped, I believe, at a gas station or a store, rob it, and someone gets killed, and the prosecutor and even the individuals that committed the crime said, you know, this was no kind of a planned event. This individual had been passed out through the whole thing, and then the police actually have to wake him up afterwards and see that he's drunk and passed out, that a prosecutor would literally charge him with first-degree murder, knowing that this wasn't a planned crime and that this particular individual was just in the car, passed out, drunk. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that kind of lock 'em up mentality is something we have to get in, and I think we can't underestimate, even if a person of color is not charged with anything, the psychological impact of being harassed like that and fearing every time you get in your car. Reverend Belinda has a great story about her, I believe it was your nephew that was stopped just going to McDonald's to get some food for the family, and you know, there was no reason to stop him other than he was driving while black.
Right.
And like I say, even if you're not charged with a crime, the psychological impact of that kind of harassment is something that white people sometimes have a hard time appreciating because we're not subject to it. You know, we usually, when we get stopped by the police for a traffic stop, we've actually done something. You know?
And
we may not like being stopped, but at least we've actually done something, right?
Right. And that's why I say it's key to the mentality of right is right. Mm-hmm. And to me, if you're a fair prosecutor, to be able to say, out of these individuals, this individual won't be charged. You know what I'm saying? Because it would have been the right thing to do.
Yeah. All right. Are there any other comments before we close?
Al?
Yeah. Yeah.
This is Larry Stummy.
Yeah.
I just had two thoughts. It was really great that you centered on the prosecutor because I think very few people realize this, and prosecutors are reminded of this at their annual meeting. The prosecutors are only ones in the system that are required to do justice, not the judges, not the defense attorneys. Prosecutors' primary concern is to do justice.
Amen.
And they are extremely important in the system. If they would do that in all these things, to do justice, that's the role of the prosecutor. That's not the role of the police. The police pick up, the judge follows the law and does the sentences, the defense attorney defends his client, but the prosecutor is supposed to do justice. And I was a 12-year county attorney, and I've been a prosecutor 20 years in my past. And I know that that's an important role, a key role for civilization. And secondly, my other observation is, you know, on this civilization, we're in the 2021, and we're still locking people up and putting them in a box. Surely there's got to be a better way to deal with people who deviate from the norms of society than to lock them up and put them in a box.
I think that's a fitting way to close our conference for the day. And again, I want to thank everybody that worked hard to make this possible. All of our board members, all of our panelists, and I hope everybody got some good information. And most of this will be on YouTube at some point, and I will try to make it available to folks as it comes available. So thanks to all of you for attending today.